Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo de lo público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral, que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces, nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement "quédate en casa", que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Hoy, esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos, no podemos ser neutrales.
100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to our member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, the Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Centers program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the CTOUR, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo del público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral, que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento.
So, Karen, this is floor. Testing floor, 1, 2, 3. Te escucho perfecto, voy a esperar la respuesta de Karen. Now the Spanish booth is open. Okay. Magali Cudo. Okay, perfecto. Let's continue. Perfecto, perfecto. Vamos a English booth. English. 1, 2, 3, 4. English. 1, 2.
Ambas consonantes.
This is English 1, 2, 3. English 1, 2, 3. I don't know.
Second console, please.
English. I don't know what language you're in.
English.
English. Okay. Testing 1, 2, 3. Second console.
Thank you so much.
There's a bit too much echo in the room. Like maybe the sound is up too high, feeding back.
Hoy, esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos, no podemos ser neutrales.
more than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to all member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, The Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Centers program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the CTOUR, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo de lo público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral, que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces, nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement "quédate en casa", que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Hoy, esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos, no podemos ser neutrales.
ambassadors and permanent representatives of member states, Executive Secretary Osborne, and specially invited guests, good morning. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to this first regular meeting of the Inter-American Council for Integral Development, CD, for the year 2025. At the outset, I reiterate my commitment to steering this CD ship safely and securely over the next 6 months, with the confidence that I can rely on the support of all member states as we work together towards finding solutions to our shared challenges. I take this opportunity to thank and congratulate again my predecessor, Ambassador Elizabeth Darius Clark, Permanent Representative of St. Lucia to the OAS, for her leadership and dedication to the work of this Council over the past 6 months. I pledge to continue to build on the work that she has started. Distinguished colleagues, St. Vincent and the Grenadines values the contributions of the development pillar of the OAS and wishes to place on record its unwavering commitment to the Inter-American Council for Integral Development and, by extension, its Executive Secretariat for Integral Development, SEDI. In this regard, I would like to share a video from the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade and Consumer Affairs of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the Honorable Alpheus Frederick Stevenson, as St. Vincent and the Grenadines assumes the helm of this august body. I kindly ask the Secretariat to please proceed with the video.
For Integral Development, Ambassador Luan Gilchrist, Permanent Representative of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, to the Organization of American States, Permanent Representatives, Permanent Observers and Alternate Representatives, Executive Secretary Mrs. Kim Osborne, staff of the Secretariat, and guest speakers, good morning. I bring you warm and fraternal greetings from the beautiful archipelagic nation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, which assumed the chairmanship of this august body for the first semester of 2025. The chairmanship of St. Vincent and the Grenadines will be grounded in the socio-economic realities of this hemisphere, with a primary focus of addressing the increasing inequalities in education, skills and labor, employment, digital literacy, and rural development. It will address matters related to avenues for growth in the indigenous and Afro-descendant communities. This approach complements earlier comprehensive efforts of past chairmanships of this Council to ensure continuity in the work of the CIDI to foster unified policy dialogue and direction with related actions to benefit the peoples of the Americas. The National Development Plan of St. Vincent and the Grenadines lays out a flexible, focused strategy to achieve sustainable development, job creation, and poverty reduction to improve the quality of the life of all its citizens. Intrinsic to this plan is our people-centered approach to propel St. Vincent and the Grenadines into a globally competitive state through the creation of committed and productive citizens. Accordingly, the theme of this chairmanship, Building Equitable and Inclusive Communities in the Americas, Expanding Access and Opportunities for All, underlies our vision to enable our people further in all aspects of life. Our small, vulnerable multi-island economy has weathered the ravages of Hurricane Beryl, the last of volcanic eruptions, and the COVID-19 pandemic, which threatened to undermine the achievements of our national development plans, objectives, and ultimately the internationally agreed upon sustainable development goals. In spite of the erosion of these gains made, we as a nation continue to build back better with the support of my esteemed colleagues, to address the threats and capitalize on opportunities presented. With this in mind, I call on all member states and observer states present here today to lend their support to St. Vincent and the Grenadines chairmanship and to thank you in advance for your cooperation as we work together to achieve our goals for this semester. Let us together build equitable and inclusive communities in the Americas by expanding access and opportunities for all without exemption. Please enjoy the proceedings. Thank you.
I thank you for your kind attention and express a special thanks to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Honorable Alpheus Frederick Stevenson, for his support and that of the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We now move to item 1, consideration of the draft order of business. I now submit for the consideration of this council the draft order of business, document CIDI /OD 153/25, which was distributed in advance by the Secretariat. If there are no objections, the draft order of business is approved. I am pleased to submit for the consideration of member states the draft work plan of the Inter-American Council for Integral Development for the period January to June 2025, focused on the overarching theme, building equitable and inclusive communities in the Americas, expanding access and opportunities for all. Document CIDI /doc 440/25. This theme reflects the urgency of addressing the widening socioeconomic gaps and disparities in access to resources, opportunities, and services, which have long plagued our region. Persistent inequalities in labor markets, education, digital literacy, and rural development continue to impede inclusive progress, leaving many of our citizens behind, particularly those who have been traditionally marginalized and who continue to live in situations of vulnerability. Throughout the semester, CD regular monthly meetings will address specific areas under this theme. These meetings will serve as a platform for sharing experiences, exploring solutions, and identifying cooperation opportunities to advance our shared objectives. Colleagues, this work plan is a call to action for our member states to engage in meaningful dialogue and to take practical, results-oriented steps toward closing existing gaps to foster social cohesion, inclusivity, and equality. Consequently, through these means, we hope to strengthen our economies and our societies. I now open the floor to member states for their comments or observations on the draft work plan. I recognize Brazil. Brazil, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would like to congratulate you for this first session of City under your chairwomanship, and we take this opportunity to wish for you the full success at the helm of the City. I would like to make a very brief comment, Madam Chair, about something that we think is fundamental, that it has been chosen, that is equity, inclusion, are at the heart of the concerns that Brazil has, that we stress in the recently launched Global Alliance Against Hunger under the current presidency in Brazil, and it's open to any country who would like to join it, and international organizations. I would like to join it. I take this opportunity to invite all of the countries of our region who have not yet joined it to do so, this in together with the IDB and PAHO. Now, we also congratulate the chair for the modalities of work that have been proposed, seeking out concrete results with an emphasis on opportunities for cooperation. This ought to be the main focus of the pillar of integral development. I'm certain that under your leadership, Madam Chair, at the end of this semester, we will reap the benefits of the hemispheric effort to enhance the lives of our peoples, especially the least favored and most vulnerable of our peoples. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. I now offer the floor to Costa Rica.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Executive Secretary, distinguished colleagues, delegates. Costa Rica is grateful for the presentation of the work plan for city that Madam Chair has just submitted. We reiterate our full support on behalf of my delegation so that we can fully comply and carry out this very important work. I take this opportunity to reassert our historic commitment to city and with the pillars of inclusive development and resilient development so that we can all focus on the work plan that you have presented to us, which seeks to combat economic inequalities in the Americas with a focus on education, employment, rural development, and digitalization. We underscore the importance of addressing the gaps in education, employment, and resources, especially for the most vulnerable. Emerging technologies, migration, the triple planet crisis, conflicts, and health emergencies are just a few of the factors that are reshaping current society, obliging young people to adapt to them. I would like to stress on the need to invest in solutions that are aimed at and designed by youth, as you have presented in your plan, and that it will also focus on discrimination, social injustice, and violence. And what is even more important is to empower youth and boys and girls so that they can improve their own lives and thereby contribute to the development of their communities. Second, the inclusion of a gender perspective and feminine empowerment in discussions within city are key, not just as a human rights principle, but also as a core element, value that we all share here at the OAS. The gender perspective and the work done on it in city will ensure that policies don't perpetuate existing inequalities, but that they actively work toward reducing them. And on that, we would reiterate that within CAM, Costa Rica has proposed one of the topics for support by member states that will focus on the effect of migration on women and girls and adolescents. Lastly, Madam Chair, we would like to express thanks for all of the substantive work that has been done within the OAS and all of the complementary work that is done across institutions that enables us to coordinate and work together within the Secretariat. That all is very important to us. I will conclude reiterating our call to continue promoting greater reason in our work together across the different bodies to ensure the best articulation of our efforts. We will continue to work together to ensure fairer societies and also inclusive ones, which is the most important thing to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Costa Rica. I now offer the floor to Colombia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of Colombia, I would offer my most sincere congratulations for your taking the helm of this body. The delegation of Colombia is going to be the vice chair for this first half of the year to push forward this very ambitious agenda that we have laid out. I would stress the focus on the fight against inequality and for us to focus on matters such as education and work, employment, which for Colombia is of the utmost importance. All labor matters are important to the current president, and you can rest assured that we'll give you our full support for all of these topics.
Thank you very much, Colombia. I appreciate all of the expressions of support and solidarity and the reiteration of the importance of this theme for the work of this CD. I thank you all. There being no objections, I propose that the Council approve the draft work plan as presented. Approved. We now move to item 3, connecting education and employment, improving youth access to labor markets. In keeping with the work plan that was just approved for this semester, we now turn to the first area of focus for this year, connecting education and employment, improving youth access to labor markets. The Secretariat distributed a concept note on this topic in preparation for our deliberations. As noted in the above referenced document, and as delegations may be aware, youth unemployment remains a critical challenge for our region, with too many young people who are neither enrolled in higher education nor are gainfully employed. This is particularly acute among some young women who often face additional responsibilities as caregivers, and among other vulnerable groups. Furthermore, a persistent skills gap between education systems and labor market needs continues to hinder young people's access to quality jobs and to delay some countries' transition towards more resilient and competitive economies. The intent of today's dialogue is to examine the policies, strategies, and programs that are currently being implemented or contemplated in bridging the education-employment gap by aligning education systems with market demands and by establishing an enabling environment for the creation of quality jobs for youth throughout the Americas. To set the stage for today's discussion, I am pleased to introduce our keynote speaker, the Honorable Curtis King, Minister of Education and National Reconciliation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Minister King, it is an honor to have you with us, sir. You have the floor.
To everyone. Am I being heard?
Yes, Minister, we're hearing you. Kindly proceed. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant good day once again. It is an honor to speak with you today on a topic that is crucial for the future of our youth and our nation, connecting education and employment to improve youth access to labor markets in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Your concept paper clearly outlines the issue beforehand. And therefore, I am going to delve directly into the topic, focusing mainly on those programs and strategies that we have embarked on in St. Vincent and the Grenadines as a basis for discussion. But let me remind us all that in today's rapidly evolving world, the gap between education and employment has become a significant challenge. Our youth, full of potential and ambition, often find themselves struggling to transition from the classroom to the workforce. This gap is not just a local issue, but a global one, negatively impacting economies and societies worldwide. However, by focusing on strategies to bridge this gap, we can create a brighter future for our young people and our nation. In this brief presentation, I will speak to some popular strategies that we can employ to help to bridge this gap between education and employment. I'll identify some of the challenges that can hinder such strategies, and I will share with you some of the policies and initiatives that our government has implemented to address these challenges here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I start first, though, with the strategies to bridge the gap. And these are all popular ideas that we hear from time to time, and some are actually being implemented throughout the world community. Firstly, the popular one is curriculum alignment with industry needs. One of the most effective ways to bridge the gap between education and employment is to align our educational curricula with the needs of the labor market. This involves close collaboration between educational institutions and industry leaders to ensure that skills being taught are relevant and in demand. And there's an example where very often it is being said that incorporating practical training, internships, and project-based learning can provide students with hands-on experience and a better understanding of workplace dynamics. And I need not remind you that, in fact, many countries have embarked on such a strategy and are, in fact, reaping success. 2, lifelong learning and continuous education is another strategy that we can employ to bridge this gap. In a world where industries are constantly evolving, it is essential to foster a culture of lifelong learning. Educational institutions should offer continuing education programs, professional certifications, and workshops that equip graduates with the latest industry relevant skills. This approach not only enhances employability, but also ensures that our workforce remains competitive. Once again, the next popular strategy that is being employed worldwide to deal with the problem. One that has become very popular over the last century is the leveraging of technology and digital platforms. The rise of digital jobs and remote work has opened new opportunities for our youth. By integrating digital literacy and technology skills into our education system, we can prepare students for the demands of the digital economy. And I refer to a lot of what is out there in the literature, which basically speak to the idea that online learning platforms can provide flexible and accessible education options, especially for those in remote areas. And we need not look too far for practical examples. The world just experienced a world health pandemic, and we had to leverage the technology even more consistently than we had done before in order to ensure that the gap between the classroom and the workforce was not widened. And the fourth popular strategy out there speaks to promoting what is now becoming very popular, the green economy skills. As the world shifts towards more sustainable practices, the green economy presents a wealth of opportunities. And by incorporating environmental education and green skills training into our curricula, we can prepare our youth for jobs in renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, and other emerging green sectors. And we don't have to list them all here because we are well familiar with a number of these options. Only to say, though, that the digital and green economies offer numerous opportunities for our youth. We have digital jobs such as software development, digital marketing, and data analysis. All of these are in high demand globally and, very importantly, can be performed remotely, providing flexibility and access to a broader job market. Similarly, the green economy is expected to create millions of jobs worldwide, from renewable energy technicians to sustainability consultants. But while there are a lot of opportunities, we must not forget, however, that there are many challenges. And I'd only say briefly that we must also acknowledge the challenges. And I speak specifically to the issues in your concept note: socioeconomic and structural barriers, which can hinder access to quality education and employment. And just to elaborate a little, these include limited resources, inadequate infrastructure, and disparities in access to technology. To overcome these challenges, we need targeted policies and investments that address these barriers and ensure that all young people have equal opportunities to succeed. So I now turn to our government's initiatives and programs. And I know we are always limited by time, so I'll be as brief as possible. Our government here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines has been proactive in implementing inclusive policies and job readiness programs to reduce the gap between the classroom and the world of work. These initiatives are designed to prepare our young people to take advantage of opportunities in the labor market. I now give you some examples of these initiatives. One, the Youth Empowerment Service, called the YES program, which was introduced early in the 21st century, around 2002. This program provides on-the-job training for young people, mainly young people who are graduates of secondary schools, but did not go on further to enhance their education. And this program helped these students, or if you like, graduates, secondary school graduates, to gain valuable skills and work experience. The participants are paid a stipend for the period of their engagement, which is usually 1 year, although we do practice retention because we believe in giving a second chance if that is required. Secondly, the program referred to as Support for Education and Training, SET, S-E-T. This program was introduced in 2014. It is similar in nature to the YES program in that it is an online job training program. The participants, however, are graduates of post-secondary institutions and universities. They are paid a higher stipend than those in the YES program, and their program also runs for a year. Thirdly, we have another initiative called Offering National Support for Internship Training and Employment on-site, ONSITE. And that program was introduced in 2023. It is an internship and employment program. It is done in collaboration with the private sector. The first two programs are basically programs that are state initiatives that resolve around the state. In the case of the on-site program, although it is a state initiative, the private sector is the main supporter in this program. Participants are placed to work within the private sector for 6 months, after which, depending on their performance and progress, they are employed permanently by the host company. These persons too are paid a stipend during their internship. And 4, another program called Prime, Promoting Youth Micro Enterprise, PRYME. This program goes further. It supports young entrepreneurs by providing grant funding, mentorship, and resources to start and grow their businesses, thus fostering a culture of innovation and self-employment. So the other programs before this one, they focus primarily on job training. This one focuses on providing grant support. We have had several programs where loans were provided to young entrepreneurs and so on. But we do recognize that at times, finding the capital for some of these small businesses are very difficult, even with the provision of a loan. So this program is basically a grant funding program that also includes mentorship and the resources necessary to start and grow businesses. All of these programs target young persons between the ages of 18 to 35 years. Perhaps though, the most significant intervention made by the government is its expansion and targeted interventions in technical and vocational education and training. And these interventions are done at the level of the secondary school and also at what we call the adult and continuing department of our system, where young adults who have left school or other institution, post-secondary institution, are also considered for this very important expansion in TVET training. And this is in keeping with the government's recognition of equipping of our youth with marketable skills and certificates is crucial to our development agenda. Hence, the government has taken the following actions. And again, I'm not going to go through all, I'm just going to highlight a few. Expanding TVET programs to cover a wide range of skills and industries in our attempt to ensure our young people are prepared for various sectors, including the emerging ones like tourism, in the case of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, because prior to, tourism was not a big sector, a large sector, but now we are promoting tourism to generate that sort of resources to help us in our development agenda. Digital and the green economies, as we have been speaking about them. 2, the government has ensured the certification and accreditation of TVET programs, thus guaranteeing that the skills and qualifications obtained by our young people are recognized locally, regionally, and internationally. We have established a national qualification framework and an accreditation authority to facilitate this process. 3, establishing partnerships with industry leaders to provide students with practical training and internships to allow students to marry their theoretical training with the practical application of such knowledge. For example, our lone St. Vincent and the Grenadines Community College, with its several divisions, and I speak here to the Division of Technical Education. The students from that division, they do their internships with the National Energy Company, with public utilities, and with several other sectors within the economy. 4, the government has made massive investments in the provision and improvement of infrastructure of TVET facilities, as well as enhance the resources available for TVET programs. All this is in an effort to provide our students with access to modern equipment and facilities necessary for their training. And I speak quickly now to some of the initiatives that we have taken in the 2025 budgetary proposal, which were passed into law by our national parliament earlier this month. Our government has identified 4 initiatives to build on those still in existence. Of significance is a new program called Skills Training for Employment and Professional Success, STEPS, STEPS. It is designed to further increase the number of persons with accredited TVET certificates at the higher levels. This program builds on the impressive work done by some of the previous initiatives, such as the Skills for Youth Employment, SKYE, Youth and Adult Training for Employment, YATE, and another nexus in workforce development, ANEW, ANEW. These programs provided training at the lower levels of the national qualification and Caribbean qualification certification levels. There will also be continued distribution of digital devices to students and teachers, free of cost to the recipients, as the government seeks to reduce the technological divide by ensuring that all students are provided with internet-enabling digital devices. And there are others that I can share if there's need to, but let me conclude by saying that bridging the gap between education and employment requires a collaborative effort from all stakeholders: educational institutions, industry leaders, policymakers, and the community. By aligning our education system with labor market demands, promoting lifelong learning, leveraging technology, and focusing on emerging sectors like the digital and green economies, we can create a pathway to success for our youth. Together, we can build a future where every young person in St. Vincent and the Grenadines has the opportunity to thrive in the labor market and contribute to the growth and prosperity of our nation. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister King, for your insightful remarks. As we seek opportunities to work together to fulfill our shared responsibility of addressing this very urgent need for all of the countries in our region. We will now invite our panelists to share insights on concrete policies, strategies, programs, and solutions for connecting education and employment in the region. I'm therefore pleased to introduce Mr. Andres Espejo, Economic Affairs Officer at the Social Development Division of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, who is joining us today from Santiago. Mr. Espejo, you have the floor.
Señor Espejo, por favor, solicitar la palabra.
Mr. Espejo, could you kindly request the floor?
Hola, muy buenos días. ¿Escuchan? Buenos días. ¿Escuchan?
The interpreter regrets the sound is very poor. I don't know if I can follow it, but I'll do my best. I'd like to share my statement with you, says the speaker.
Voy a intentar ser lo más preciso en estos 7 minutos.
And I will try to be as concise as possible in the 7 minutes that have been allocated.
Espero que se esté compartiendo.
I hope you can see this. Here we go. Well, a very good morning to each of you, and let me say at the outset how grateful I am for the opportunity to join you this morning and to share some thoughts on the matter at hand. What I am going to put before you is part of a study that CEPAL has been carrying out together with Ayuda en Acción, Help in Action, to give us a sense of the time frame we see from here to 2030 with regard to education. Here are the key messages that I would like to share. First, inclusion of youth labor. But it isn't just that there be labor, but that it be protected. And that is true, and I think it is one of the greatest challenges that all of us in Latin America face. Secondly, with regard to education, it is indeed key in order to ensure that transition happens as smoothly as possible, to focus on it, to understand what's happening. You know, things are changing and people have to be up to it. There's also the question of worthy, of decent, minimal labor conditions. It isn't just a question of saying we've generated so many jobs. Thank you very much. Are the salaries adequate? Are the wages okay? How about access to Social Security, to mention but this? Then there's the transformation, the ongoing change in the labor market. Young people are up against very significant changes, high degrees of informality and inequality. it's important also that whatever labor is out there, whatever jobs are available, be protected. And so in this study, we're going to try to see what's coming down the pike. What are the changes that are coming? We are all, I believe you'll agree, engaged in quite significant change. It isn't the same old, same old. And it's important that we see what can alter that and how we can manage this ongoing change better. Now, I'm not so much speaking of details as general policies. There have been significant advances with regards to education. We went from 2004, take a look at this, 39.9% of kids that had only just gotten their high school diplomas or the equivalent thereof. Now, these days, a good part of them are engaged in different professions. But what is happening in addition to that? It isn't just the numbers. What is actually happening on the ground? Well, here it is. In one word, inequality. There is huge inequality in Latin America with regard to who gets jobs and what those jobs are. What I'd like to showcase here is that, for instance, in Argentina, only 9% of adolescents between 20 and 25 years actually finished their high school level. It's one of the lowest quintiles. And that's particularly true among the poorest people. But there are very much higher quintiles of engagement in higher education, as you can see from this graph, in other places. Everything you see that's blue went from the lowest income level. So you can see that at the lowest levels of employment, they're the people who are most at risk and hardly don't get through secondary education. And what's more, this sort of thing, alas, is very often replicated from one generation to another. Is it any surprise that where there are parents who didn't finish secondary education, there's not a great chance that their kids will? Now, what about the labor market? Well, to begin with, the labor market is tough to begin with. In Latin America and the Caribbean, it's worth mentioning that the generation of employment in this decade, from 2014 to 2024, has been the lowest of the lowest over the last 50 years. We've tracked it since the 80s. And this, you may be quite certain, is going to have repercussions among the youngest people. Why? Because there is a greater number of unemployment among the adults. So that's a problem right there. In addition, no surprise, women are not the ones that mostly engage in the labor market, even where they have more education. Young people are finding it much harder to get a job compared to adults. We're talking about, in some cases, more than 6 months to find a job. And by the way, it isn't a great job we're talking about. Much of it is in the informal sector. 60% of them work in that situation. And therefore, not only are these in the informal sector, but no surprise, the wages are minimal. So this shows why the labor market here for young people has greatly changed. Take a look at 2000 to close to 2030. Most of the countries in Latin America and the Caribbean has, for instance, agriculture as dropping quite significantly. It went from almost 16% at the regional level, and the projection to 2030 is almost 7%. But it may even be 5%. What does that mean? Young people between now and 2030 will probably, less than 5% will be involved in agriculture. What's going to happen to food supply? Well, you tell me. That's going to be an issue that I think we should tackle and consider. But when we cast ourselves forward to try to think what's going to happen and what can we do to make it better, I think we've got a lot of work to do. more than 50-60% are going to be involved probably in the service sector. Service sector is growing by leaps and bounds. Over the last years, that's been the trend. We're going from 20 to 40% in 2000 to almost 60% coming up. But what is important also is the quality of this work in the service sector. And very often that falls within the informal sector. We all know that. So as more people, particularly more and more young people, enter into the service sector, what do you think is going to happen to wages? Are they going to be working in hotel and service sectors, in tourism, but very often in a lot of these very informal sectors? That's the trend. So that's the bad news in one respect, or the less sanguine news. But let us look at things from a little more positive perspective. Young people are looking for jobs that demand greater levels of education. And that bespeaks the fact that most of them have higher levels of education. So that's a plus. So if one side of the coin tells us, well, you know, a lot of people are leaving agriculture, going into the service sector, but a lot of people are still in the informal sector, we have on the other side of the coin a good opportunity, which is to reach out to the young people and help them work in jobs that possibly will help us adapt more to the climate change. So where are we going? What's the trend? Well, in the few minutes that I have left, some 5 minutes, let me just sketch out the following picture. Everything I've said before on the downside is not inevitable. This isn't a curse. It isn't inevitable. We can indeed spot action that can see changes come and try to diminish, to offset the work insecurity among the young people in the medium term. To that end, we need to have public policies that boost productivity and economic growth and see labor risks coming as they are in fact occurring. The other point is that improvement of the working conditions for young people is basically facing all of these sectors, particularly the service sector, but this indeed also will depend on how the generation of jobs can happen under this scenario, which in this instance that I'm referring to is one of low growth. We have to look, therefore, at the imbalance that exists between supply and demand in terms of work that might increase the informality, or I should say the fewer jobs in the informal youth sector, but there are measures that can be used to offset this. Now, on demand side, we need to see that we will very much need policies that are focused on productive development, something that will boost growth and that will home in on the structural change of modern sectors that focus on high productivity. That means that there has to be decent work and work that is well paid. That's for demand. On the supply side, it's important equally that we be prepared to support the labor force that the world of the 21st century is going to demand. And so, I'm wrapping up here. We have to look at various mechanisms that we have to come up with that will serve as labor and workforce or work sector intermediation. Camacho has spoken about this. We have sought to deal with this in Latin America and the Caribbean. We're not there yet. We have to ensure that people have the education that they need and decent works and mechanisms that will allow us to carry out appropriate inspection. I'm wrapping up, but above all, there has to be a better articulation between, on the one hand, labor inclusion on the one side and social protection on the other. Can't have one without the other and move forward. We've got to be able to find jobs, but those jobs need to be protected, and they aren't any old jobs. Education remains key no matter how you look at this. So you need to work with the ministry, the labor ministry, social inclusion, and health to ensure that there are inclusive, widely encompassing policies that will reach out to our young people and give them hope. I would invite you, if you feel so tempted, to download this presentation. I will very soon be able to come up with a version in English. This is Spanish, as you can see. But I think that as we look to 2030, there's a lot to do. We have our work cut out for us, as we might say. And in 6-7 minutes, I couldn't be as detailed as I would have wished, but I do think you have a broad brush approach to this in terms of what policies we need to come up with us. I don't wish to overstep my welcome and go beyond the time that's been imparted. So let me simply say that I'm encouraging you to help our countries to reduce inequality and to improve working conditions for the young people. That's the bottom line. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Espejo, for your thoughtful presentation, insights, and useful recommendations. I now invite Mrs. Maria Claudia Camacho, Chief of the Labor and Employment Section in the OAS City Department of Education, Employment, and Human Development, to present. Mrs. Camacho, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to speak, and I greet all of the delegations. The world of education and the world of work and how they work together is a priority for the region and has been since the 40s when the professional training institutes that were created. That was at the root of this discussion. How can we ensure that we have a skilled labor force to face the industrialization process? This is nothing new, but it is something that's taking on ever more importance and urgency for a number of reasons that Minister King just presented from ECLAC. But I would like to stress another key reason, which is this deep transformation of labor markets that we are going through right now, along with the advent of technology, AI, demographic changes, the aging of our population in the region, climate change, and all the attendant phenomena. This transformation might make it seem that some concerns, or does make it actually such that prior concerns become obsolete and new concerns emerge. We have to make sure that the skills that we need to perform well at work are taught. Now, to tackle this transformation, and for countries not just to feel the brunt of the negative aspects of this transformation, we have to make sure that young people have the skills they need, and for that there has to be closer coordination between what's happening in the education systems and developments in the productive world and employment. Now, this has been recognized by labor and education ministers here at this council city in their meetings, ministerial and hemispheric meetings. That's why from the Department of Human Development and Employment and the Technical Secretariat of both processes here at City, the Inter-American Conference of Ministers of Labor and that of Education Ministers, we have organized different encounters, dialogues, workshops, bringing together workers from the two ministries and on multiple occasions over the years. These are very rich discussions, sometimes different realms that aren't so easy to blend and mesh, but the meetings have been worthwhile for us to come up with concrete strategies to ensure closer collaboration between these two realms. And I will focus on five fundamental strategies that have emerged in this intersectoral dialogue. First, to foster and to achieve education and training that truly be based on skills acquisition, to go from what the traditional concept of education has been, based on time-based education and not skills-based education, one based on skills acquisition, so that we can ensure foundational skills that are transferable from one generation to the next. But we know that some areas become obsolete, disappear, and others emerge, and so digital skills are necessary for any work. And so the focus is that from the early ages, digital skills be taught, and socio-emotional skills as well. So survey after survey in large companies, when asked about technical, cognitive, and socio-emotional skills, they have said over the years that socio-emotional skills are ever more valued: empathy, cooperation. And when you think of the world of artificial intelligence, these are the skills that make us more human. Now, second recommendation is to enhance training for work, and to also vocational training, technical training needs to be given more emphasis, as said by our prior speaker. And we're seeing that that type of training is garnering greater incomes for graduates in vocational schools than graduates from universities. It's also important for us to build bridges between the systems of education, professional training. A young person today that goes to a vocational school, professional training, and for 6 months studies to become an electrician, and then wants to go to the university, has to go back to zero. These problems have to be corrected. If we want lifelong learning, somebody that goes from a technical training course and then moves into university and then goes back to technical upskilling, then that which has been learned in this or that sphere needs to be acknowledged by the other, to not go back to square one. Another big recommendation is to bolster public services for employment. They were created to connect offer or supply and demand, those who seek jobs and the vacancies that are open, and to do so in the most efficient way possible. And what we are seeing is that the young men and women in the region find jobs through their personal networks, family networks. But if you think about a young person from a poor neighborhood in the outskirts of a capital, what networks does that person have? That's why it's important that these public employment placement services have quality information available to it, and make that information available to any job seeker, and that there be transparency, and those job seekers can turn to that placement service. Also, skills certification processes need to be improved so that that which has been learned through experience can be validated. Whatever has been learned in different realms of learning that aren't always only a classroom, so that we need to strengthen and bolster how we certify skills in the region. That's very important, and strides have been made to that effect, but we still have a long way to go. And this is very important for those populations who are vulnerable, for migrants, for example, for them to have validated through certification of skills programs for that purpose. Now, the last recommendation is to consolidate information systems on the labor market that provide information about where the demands lie, what skills are in demand, what salaries can be garnered in this or that field. There are job placement services in the region that are complementing information about vacancies and supply of or the job openings that exist. All of this is very important for a young person to understand where he or she might have greater likelihood of finding employment, where they need to aim their efforts. That's important for growing the economies in our countries. These information systems, prospective information systems, need to feed back into the professional training and educational systems that prepare people for the labor market. And that's what I mean by great articulation between the labor market and education systems for people to be able to ascertain what their employment prospects are. There are some institutes that are offering coursework in fields that are simply vanishing. If we look at the curriculum, we need to take a look at the curriculum and add those courses that are actually germane to skills that are in demand. Lastly, these are 5 overarching recommendations in the documents that have emerged from those events which we have held. The last one was published within the Inter-American meeting in Bogota of Ministers of Labor. You're going to find more details and more information in that document that we published. But I would like to say that in the work plans and in the discussions in these conferences of labor and education ministers within city, we still have this commitment. It's still valid for us to find points of articulation between these two realms, labor and education. Very clear commitments have been taken on to strengthen the articulation between labor and work to overcome risks and to avail ourselves the opportunities posed by technological transformation and energy transformation, that this be sustainable, building bridges between professional training and education systems and the labor market, with long or lifelong learning being an integral part of that. Now, the work plan of the Inter-American Ministers of Education, that is the hemispheric program to build skills in an environment of change, hopes to lay forth guidelines for the region on policies and training programs throughout one's life in a context of change from a multidimensional outlook and intersectoral one between labor and education, with 3 areas of action: to facilitate the transition from school to work, and also lifelong learning opportunities, and creating educational opportunities and training, technical vocational training. With that, I conclude, and I stand by for any questions you may have.
For offering an inside view of the ways in which the OAS can work with our governments to address the challenges and opportunities which we face in the labor sector. We now open the floor to member states for an interactive dialogue with our guest speakers. Representatives are kindly asked to limit their questions or comments to 3 minutes. The floor is open. There being no requests for the floor, I would like to pose one question to each of our panelists. We'll begin with Mr. Espejo. Mr. Espejo, are there specific examples from ECLAC's work where you have seen measurable improvements in addressing the education-employment gap?
Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you. We have some publications available on our webpage at ECLAC that show that over the last number of years, efforts have been made regarding concrete policies that seek to align skills in education as skills that are needed in the labor market. That is what has made education more effective. There's a compilation of publications with concrete examples and different exercises that show that. There's a program on the Ceval plan, which provides computers to schools, ensuring that children acquire digital skills, enabling them to make use of their digital skills in other subject matters. That computer is actually sometimes even used by parents. And so the idea is also to bring the parents into the digital fold, so to speak. I could give you 20 more examples in which we're doing the same. Now, there's a topic that's going to strike our attention, I think, or catch our attention the next couple of months and years. The more educated people we have, the return, that is, people's income starts to drop as more and more people come into the market. So that's why people need to focus on those fundamental skills. Now, we also have to focus on what young people are looking to do within the labor market, where the demand lies. And I think that employers are going to be more discerning in who they hire, and that's why it's so important for these skills to be tailor-made to the demands of the labor market.
Sharing that with us, Mr. Espejo. I now pose a question to Mrs. Camacho. Mrs. Camacho, where do you see the greatest opportunities for the OAS to support countries in aligning their labor and education systems?
I think the OAS is in a privileged position, as I was saying about the conferences between ministers of labor and education. From the standpoint of the technical secretariat, among those topics that we were talking about, in which we work within these venues to align the supply of, on the educational side, with what is demanded by the labor market, to make sure that bridges be built between one system and the other. Pathways toward employment, and also this concept of lifelong learning. This isn't how it was years ago, where you would study something and that would set you up for a career that lasts 25, 30 years. Now one needs to constantly be upgrading one's knowledge and skills. There's no way around that, and we simply have to make that more possible within the schools, within the training opportunities and training that companies themselves offer. This is something that Minister King was saying at the end of his presentation, and that is that this is something that falls to all of us to do: governments, educational institutions, private enterprise, labor organizations, international organizations, and from the OAS, I think we need to continue to foster this discussion, these encounters across sectors. That's very important, and this has to do with national frameworks for skills building, which is being worked on in a number of countries, and we have this mandate to come up with a regional framework for skills building, so that we can actually come up with a great product for the region.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Camacho. I extend my sincere gratitude to our guests for taking the time to participate in this meeting and for sharing their valuable perspectives on connecting education and employment and improving youth access to labor markets. We deeply appreciate your contributions and look forward to our continued collaboration. Thank you. I now invite member states to share their experiences, good practices, policies and strategies for connecting education and employment, particularly as they relate to fostering youth access to quality jobs. I urge delegations to limit their remarks to 5 minutes. I recognize the Bahamas. You have the floor, sir.
Good morning, all. Chair, my delegation extends its warmest congratulations during this frigid period to you, my colleague, Ambassador Gilchrist of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, as you ascend to the chairmanship of the CD, and for the relevant and substantive draft council work plan that was presented this morning. Verily and without doubt, the Bahamas fully supports the same. Chair, we also give recognition and afford due recognition to you and your expertise in this field, and therefore, as we delve into these subject matters, we note the focus on connecting education and employment, improving youth access to labor markets, which speaks to a fundamental socioeconomic and political challenge facing all countries of the hemisphere. I'd like to further thank His Honorable Minister King of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and the experts from ECLAC and our own Maria Claudio from SEDI for the invaluable insights provided. Chair, regarding measures to enhance job readiness and training for the youth, the Bahamas believe that there are opportunities to be pursued through strengthening work-based learning and soft skills training. The integration of apprenticeships, internships, and co-op programs into education systems provides students with hands-on experience and real-world skills, helping them transition smoothly into the workforce. Towards this end, the Bahamas is set to launch its newly minted government-sanctioned National Apprentice Program in the coming weeks. In addition to the on-the-job training, NAP, the National Apprentice Program, will provide apprentices with technical classroom training to be provided by our multiple national and international training partners, including the Bahamas Technical and Vocational Institutes, the University of the Bahamas, a program called CALM, which provides comprehensive training in tourism, hospitality, culinary arts, and leisure management. The National Training Agency and the Maritime Academy are a number of initiatives that are included. Regarding the aligning education systems with market demands, the Bahamas is pursuing curriculum review and adaptation, partnerships with the private sector, and technological-driven learning. Education systems must be continually assessed and must adapt to curricula to meet evolving industry standards. This involves collaboration with industries to ensure that the skills being taught are in line with current and future job needs. Governments and education systems can form partnerships with businesses to ensure that students are equipped with the skills that employers are looking for. We must also incorporate digital tools, coding, AI, and automation into curricula can also help students develop skills that align with rapidly changing technological landscapes of the job market. In the Bahamas, a new state-of-the-art facility that will sharpen the skills of those who may not be book smart is scheduled to be opened this year. Lastly, regarding closing skills gap in emerging and strategic sectors, the Bahamas believes that key areas of focus should be the public-private partnerships and sector-specific vocational training. Collaborating with private sector companies, especially in emerging fields like technology, renewable energy, healthcare, and digital industries, can provide specialized training programs tailored to the skills required in these sectors. Governments can also invest in creating vocational training centers focused on high-demand sectors, especially in industries like cybersecurity, green technologies, and digital economies. These centers can offer practical training and certifications that improve employability. The Bahamas Education Sector Transformation Project, or BEST project, consists of construction of the East Grand Bahama Comprehensive School and the design of a new school facility, which largely based from the Ministry of Health and Wellness and the Ministry of Education and Technical Vocation project. This project also includes the rehabilitation of local schools and also includes professional development for 2,000 school administrators and teachers under the Caribbean Development Bank, CARICOM, OECS, Let's REAP initiative, And according to our Prime Minister Honorable Philip Davis, the goal of the BEST project is to enhance our education systems, making it more efficient, inclusive, and gender responsive, and also relevant and resilient. Chair, in conclusion, by taking multifaceted approaches to enhancing job readiness, aligning education with labor markets, and fostering partnerships between education systems, businesses, and governments, OAS member states can work together to reduce youth unemployment and prepare a competitive workforce for the future. Bahamas also looks forward to activities regarding emerging technologies, skill development, and future work that are tentatively planned under our chairmanship of the working group, #1 of the labor ministerial process, and also look forward to the upcoming Inter-American Education Ministerial, which will be convened later this year, and where we hope that further intersectoral engagement between education and labor sectors can be facilitated and signature strategic intersectoral programs can be pursued. Chair, I thank you for the occasion to speak. Thanks.
Thank you, Bahamas. I now offer the floor to Ecuador.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Being this the first time I take the floor today, we would like to express to you our words of congratulations and wish for you the best of success, and you can count on our full collaboration. I would also like to thank all of the speakers who have given us some very clear-eyed presentations and proposals. Now, on the topic at hand, Ecuador established a strategy that offers an institutional framework aimed at ensuring a transition toward work without leaving anyone behind, toward greater employment. Currently, we have the Institutional Committee of Skills Building and Professional Training, comprised of a number of institutions and ministries, to provide and coordinate national policies for professional training, skills building. We have the initiative, the Route Toward Employability, which seeks to encourage private sector collaboration to assist young people in finding jobs. Ministry of Labor is constantly adapting to new needs of the labor market through training processes and in artificial intelligence and automation, topics raised already this morning by our speakers. With the support of the IDB, we're carrying out a project called Commitment for Work, which strengthens the professional profile, enhances people's skills between 18 and 20-some years, and also for women, 25 and 64 years. Now, public employment services play a key role in bringing supply and demand together in the labor market, making sure that young people can find labor options and that companies can find skilled workers according to their needs, that fit their needs, generating jobs that are more dignified. Creating new jobs in emerging and strategic sectors should be viewed as a necessary action, enabling us to broaden coverage in the sector and for young people. In my country, joint work across education and labor ministries and those other offices in charge with regulatory matters in employment has become a priority of this administration in offering guidance for young people as they move into the labor market. The Ministry of Inclusion, Economic Policy has created a number of programs to foster skills building in the productive sector with a special focus on young people, ensuring greater autonomy and upward movement, and to offer greater labor and education opportunities for young people, promoting their comprehensive development as well as their active contribution to social progress. Initiatives in Ecuador, such as the employment program, Ecuadorian jobs have played an important role to promote employability of young people between 18 and 29 years of age, offering them tools and resources to enhance their social and labor wherewithal. We have another program that was well received. It's been successful, benefiting thousands of young people in our country. Without a doubt, dear colleagues, as states, we need to come up with efficient and sound public policies that offer answers to young people's needs, including all of the different actors in building programs that would promote the creation of quality jobs through social dialogue, fostering business responsibility as effective tools to manage and adopt measures seeking out solutions focused on young people, women as well, and those groups that require priority attention, emphasizing their training for future work. Now, something OAS and this Inter-American Council for Integral Development have been playing a key role, and they need to continue playing a key role to bring to bear all the different cooperation mechanisms to this effect. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ecuador. I now offer the floor to El Salvador.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. Permítame felicitarla por la...
Thank you very much, Chair, and let me begin by congratulating you on your chairmanship and wishing you the very best. We also wish to thank the various panelists for sharing their wisdom with us. The present, very globalized labor market is quite a challenge for young people everywhere, I would think. Certainly in our country, we know, too, that there is the question of the digital divide that we have to think of in the educational sector. It is clear that generating the proper capacity and abilities and talent in different subjects for young people is more important than ever. We need to be innovative. We need to strike out there and think of how we can best help them, the young people, especially, I might say, who are most vulnerable. What are we doing to that effect? Well, let me share. My New School is the name of the program that I'd like to mention first. We're implementing a new curriculum at all levels and modalities and developing competencies depending on the life cycle or the moment in that student's development that one wishes to focus on. The idea is that all of the students in the public sector, people working with the internet, and are availing themselves of such sources as Google and others that can make the difference. In 2023, we launched a new school for information and technology to try to help students do better in the digital ambit, develop technological skills, and look to see what the productive sectors are looking for so that they can offer it. More than 20 academic programs at the higher level have been launched, and they're all free in such areas as artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, prowess and familiarity with the cloud, and other such important elements. We have now 2,500 students working with us. We're also developing ability for information and education with regard to other languages. We want to be sure that students have a broadened horizon. The internet has helped train more than 1,000 people and improve their language skills in the English language. And we're also focusing on a market focus, people who need to be helped because of internal displacement. For 21 to 24, we managed to hire more than 2,000 and some students through this program. The initiative focuses on the finding of jobs in the private sector, but does offer labor possibilities throughout the country, and focusing also, I might add, with people who have disabilities in various areas. 12,054 persons have been assisted, of whom 2014 were between 14 and 16. We also have a platform called Challenges and Innovative Services that have to do with our labor ministry and social employment, social services, I should say, offering job possibilities and very much seeking specifically to lower unemployment throughout the country. This is a very broad brush, Chair, of what we're doing. And we here at the OAS, of course, are strengthening also programs that have been launched. More jobs for more people is one program that we're focused on, and we know how much we can do with our member states to improve that labor horizon. But it is clear, is it not, that the work panoramic be better coordinated with our different ministries, and that we give people more opportunities for young people throughout the Americas, innovation, and work with Copranet and Real and other networks that we have already set up among our own countries. And finally, we do note that there are different platforms for training in the OAS in different key areas, I might add, the present labor employment, cybersecurity, and with a view to optimizing resources, we can only hope that we can better articulate the efforts carried out by the different secretariats. Let's not fall into unnecessary duplication of efforts, but rather really build on what each of us are doing now and in the future. By way of example, for instance, we are looking for different spaces in which we might be able to help people come into ISIT, the Higher Learning Institute of Technology, and we have worked with 2 or 3 departments throughout this organization that have been of assistance. And we think this is one good example of what we can do together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, El Salvador. I now offer the floor to Mexico.
I thank you, Madam Chair. And congratulations, Madam. The delegation of Mexico is very pleased to see you in the chair. And we are also very pleased to have looked at your plan of work for the semester ahead, focusing on national capacities and people-oriented. We are also very happy to have heard the very valuable intervention by the Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and happy to hear how much he thinks of CD and how much the government supports it. We're also very grateful to Kim Osborne and to others here who make such a difference. We recognize that this is an important matter, the one we're tackling today. And we're also grateful, in that sense, for the statements we have heard, including Minister Cortes King, who has addressed us in his keynote address, Minister of Education and National Reconciliation in St. Vincent. 20% of the total population of our country is very young. And unemployment there has always been way above the national average, no surprise. Among the unemployed, kids between 18, I should say kids, but between 18 and 29 years of age, stands for 48.5% of the unemployed. That was the focus. That was the figure for 2018. Well, you do the math. This is all the worse if we look at the gender aspect, because, again, no surprise, young girls at the same age typically get a good deal less for any job they do than men, than boys. And there are stigmas that are, and prejudices that are, long-lasting. We need to think that young people are indeed capable of stepping up to the mark and doing a good job, and to do a job that is worthy and equal in terms of opportunity. Unemployment among the young is very serious for all of us. Many kids just drop out. And they drop out, of course, to go find a quick job. But what jobs? We don't have to focus, because there again, they're going to be prey to all kinds of discrimination for a variety of reasons. All of this very much leads to an ongoing weakening of the social fabric. That's why it is important we all understand that education is a public good, and it has to do with transforming and strengthening our societies. It is for that reason the Mexican state believes that the state has such a critical role to play, with an intergenerational and gender perspective. To be young in Mexico, that's a program we have. We have launched a number of public policies to try to improve matters. From January of 2019 to the present time, we have implemented the program Young People Building the Future. And that program, which focuses specifically on better inclusion of the young people in the labor market, focuses on 3 different areas particularly, and is done very well in the personal, social, and professional areas in turn. First of all, a focus is put on affording 12 months up to a year of financial assistance, including, of course, a basis on the minimum salary level established nationally so that our population can move forward. Young people in different work programs, training programs that are always focused on finding a job are also very popular. And we make a point to ensure that everybody is rolled into our Social Security and that everybody has access to our health systems. We call this building the future. And to that end, we have cultural, academic, sports, and other different activities that the government has organized and that puts at the service of everybody for free. People can also donate their time, and we also share the appropriate practices to make sure that physically and mentally people stay up to the mark. Almost 3 million Mexican young people have in fact benefited from this set of programs, with 115 billion pesos over the last couple of years. This investment is now 14 times higher than what other governments in Mexico had invested in this field over the last 36, nearly 40 years. This has gone from 40% to more than 60% in terms of objectives that have been reached. In other words, 6 of every 10 young people that have participated in this program has access to a job or to some productive activity. This initiative has included a comprehensive policy that focuses on fostering young people's employment and linking them to work and to Social Security and to a fair level of employment as stipulated by the government. Ladies and gentlemen, we believe that it is absolutely essential that we not shirk from focusing on where there is disability, where there is an inequitable treatment of people for that reason and others. Mexico is very, very grateful to the Mexican Institute of Science and Geography, INEGI, which has been a source of tremendous guidance in our response to the social challenges of our country. And that is not a new development, I might add. Mexico understands that gender perspective is key and intersectionality is as well, as we put our heads together to develop social policies that will lead to sustainable development. Things are complex, and it's tough to be young and to be facing such challenges. We want to help, and this includes the obligation, as we see it, to make sure that new technologies are recognized and mastered, such as, for instance, understanding how we can better fight gender bias and different inequitable levels of education in different jobs. We are building the future, and that program has generated a valuable cache of information that has allowed us to spot on people who had been pretty much forgotten, lost in the shuffle, if you will. And we've got the information, we've got the data for whoever wants to check. Believe me, it's worth a look. Let me end by saying that Mexico believes firmly that the actions that we may take within the framework of this organization remains key. It's good that we work together to spot on inequalities and what can be done to help. The scholarship program, for instance, that this organization backs is a good thing. And we can, through such issues, help our own countries to get the people, to get the specialists in place that knows what to do. We want to avoid a brain drain. This is a main objective that is fueling our attention. Thank you.
I now offer the floor to Canada.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Let me begin by saying that we wish to congratulate you. You can certainly count on Canada's full cooperation. We're very grateful to the Minister and the panelists who have offered us very valuable information. We know that everywhere in the world, and certainly in this hemisphere, the generation of competency and education is important for young people, not only in terms of how well they'll be able to look at a job market or be a part of it in future, but for many other reasons. The world is facing tremendous challenges and technological challenges, and the need to have good solutions is key to allow people to move forward and contribute to our social development, to our economic growth and stability. We are very much aware of the challenges that everybody is facing, particularly in the generation of job, and we in Canada have been focusing on professional and technical education and training our people. The speaker turns to English.
Promoting these initiatives, focusing on improving skills development, fostering economic growth, and enhancing employment opportunities for young people. Much of this work is aimed at supporting vulnerable groups. For example, the Canada-funded project Sustainable Colombian Opportunities for Peacebuilding and Employment provided more than 26,000 at-risk Colombian youth and Venezuelan refugees and migrants with skills training so that they could better access employment opportunities in host countries of Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru. By project completion, 60% of those trained were linked to formal permanent employment. In the case of migrants, it is key to ensuring their successful integration in their new homes. Looking forward, Canada will explore the development and expansion of green and blue technical and vocational education training, or TVET, programming, focusing on emerging environmental growth sectors. One good example is a project called Skills to Access the Green Economy, which allows Canadian colleges and institutes to work with institutions in 6 Caribbean countries to develop employment training for youth, women, and the most vulnerable, all of whom face challenges accessing skills training and employment. The project conducted capacity building sessions on a wide range of topics, including on ecotourism and educational technology, in the Caribbean and in Canada. It supported 366 students to graduate in new demand-driven, targeted climate change certified TVET training courses, including climate-smart agro-processing, solar photovoltaic panel installation, and climate-smart strategies to reduce pesticide use. It also remains important for Canada to continue supporting foundational elements for youth employment and long-term economic growth for all, such as basic literacy and numeracy, nutrition, and health. To this end, in Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru, Canada supported the enrollment of more than 800,000 Venezuelan refugees and migrant children and youth into the formal education system. We also provided training and mentoring to school directors and teachers to better respond to the needs of this vulnerable population. Access to formal education has been key to ensuring the successful integration of refugees and migrants into host countries and communities. Recent research demonstrates that programming in skills for employment and TVET should be demand-driven, inclusive of women, migrants, refugees, and marginalized groups, and lead to employment or self-employment of trainees. Canada believes in the importance of investing in training and employment support for young women, including eliminating barriers to their inclusion in the workforce, so that countries can achieve a strong and inclusive economy. This can include supporting female learners with scholarships, stipends, and on-site childcare. We also need to make training centers and technical colleges safe and welcoming to female learners and promote their participation in governance structures. There is also a need to transform gender norms and social attitudes by boosting self-confidence and leadership of female trailblazers with empowerment programs. These are only few examples of guidelines that Canada developed from past experience, projects, and programming experiences of partners. Canada will continue to support and promote international efforts to connect education and employment, aiming to improve youth access to labor markets globally. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Canada. I now offer the floor to Guatemala.
Muchas gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me begin by telling you how pleased we are to see you in the chair and wishing you the best. On behalf of the Guatemalan delegation, congratulations to the panelists, particularly Cordus King, Minister, who has been so clear about the important links between education and the job market. We in Latin America and the Caribbean are certainly facing a very profound crisis in regards to education and young employment. More than 70% end up working in the informal sector, as we know. And as we also know, the COVID-19 pandemic is frankly still having an effect on all of us, and not a good one. Certainly my country is feeling it. And the result of the program that has been launched by the OECD program for students in 22 said that only 25% of the students in Latin America even get to the minimum level of mathematics that's required internationally. We're way below the average in this regard. Also in literature and in science. The Ministry of Education says that the inequality in this regard is so unequal, 35%. This also has an impact on the informal nature of young employment. No surprise in this context, the young people just don't have the necessary talents to compete on the market. According to our Ministry of Labor, 35% is working in the informal sector. And this, of course, means that many of them end up with low-paying jobs, housekeeping and things like that. No surprise, most of them women and of indigenous origin. People working in the informal sector, therefore, are particularly in need of basic support to get a minimum salary and to be duly paid for extra work. And to this, of course, we have to understand how much all of us have to look at investment and spotting the gaps that exist in terms of what we're offering and what the future is going to demand of us, not only on our own markets, but on the international market. Guatemala is working on learning additional skills, particularly in math and science. We have this incorporated in our basic education, and we are also offering this through the digital means, online and other aspects. We try to take kids from 6th grade to the next steps in employment to improve their basic education. We also want to focus on technical and professional techniques. We want to get people more familiar with problem solving. The IDB has told us how important that is, and there are some very effective strategies that are available to help our kids have a better chance on the labor market. The municipality of Guatemala City is working on this, and we have academic training centers that allow young people who are particularly vulnerable from a socioeconomic point of view to do better and develop certain technological schools. These are tools, I should say. There are courses offered, I say, focused on getting a better job. This is, of course, a part of what our National Ministry for Science and Technology is also supporting. Everybody is interested in buttressing science, technology, and other aspects that are key. 43 scholarships were offered just recently, and most of them were focused on science issues. In terms of international cooperation, we work with Trust for the Americas through the POETA program that was initially launched in Guatemala. We again are focusing on digital issues and other technical aspects that help people in a vulnerable situation get a better job and have better hope for the future. The Trust is a good example of a public-private partnership and what some international organizations can do, are doing, and we hope will do more of. We're very grateful indeed to the Department for Human Development and Employment here and various different sectors, including the scholarships that are being offered and different workshops that the Real has offered. All of this has led to better articulation and cooperation in the Americas. Guatemala reaffirms its cooperation with these various ministry and ministerial level programs. The Inter-American Development and Education, we will continue to help develop policies that will help us in the areas of education and employment, and particularly for the most vulnerable. Let me end citing Edward, who said, "Education is the best safeguard for liberty," and that is what will constitute a permanent army and a permanent support. Well, that's what we need to think of here. Let's take the challenges of today to be the protection for tomorrow.
I now offer the floor to Brazil.
Obrigado, Senhora Presidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Brazil is deeply grateful to this for this opportunity to address an issue that is of such importance to the development of every one of our countries. We understand that while artificial intelligence is, of course, progressing leaps and bounds, we need to look at how we can better improve our education opportunities offered to our young people. Gender and class and other elements must also be taken into account, particularly, as we know, let's say it, in countries such as our own, where there are tremendous inequities and inequalities in our societies. We need to look at the intersectional opportunities that may exist, and everything we do in this regard needs to consider these issues I'm very briefly mentioning very bluntly. We have a scientific and technological network that has 675 units throughout the country, offering more than 13,000 courses with any number of professors, thousands of professors available, again, throughout the country. We have schools that are technical at the federal level, that are linked to different universities, and all of them together cover 1.6 million enrollments over the year, and all of that is free of charge. We're working also, as of last year, very much on improving our technical and professional training courses that are offered in civil society and different levels of the government. The productive sector has very much benefited and indeed participated in this particular sector. The initiative of the private sector and the help that it represents to the broader sector is important. We are very grateful for any offers of cooperation that may come from today's discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brazil. I now offer the floor to Chile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to start by wishing for you much success as you head up the work at City. You can count on my delegation's support throughout this process. Now, a warm welcome to all of the presenters, and we thank them for their excellent presentations. We also thank the Executive Secretariat of City. We would also like to stress the tremendous work that the Chief of the Employment Department carries out, Maria Camacho, both on matters of work as well as education. We would like to share with you some of the best practices implemented by Chile in education and job creation, all of which are very important for the economic development of our country and social development as well. First, public-private partnerships. One of the keys to success has been the collaboration between the public and private sectors and civil society. We have sectoral boards in which representatives of different sectors come together with the educational sector and the government to set forth skills standards and to establish curricula that meets the market's needs and that are progressively tweaked and updated from that standpoint. Chile has made strides in pulling together the education system and the labor market. A good example of this is the technical training program for strategic sectors, which works in collaboration with the private sector to identify skills needed by key industries in our country. This enables the technical training programs to be aligned with the real existing labor opportunities, closing the gap between what is taught and what the labor market needs. Another successful program is implementation of a double or dual educational model. We have the vocational institutes and standard ones bringing together in classroom training and working at an early stage within companies themselves. This doesn't only enhance the technical skills of young people, but it also makes it easier for them to move effortlessly into the labor market, many of whom are actually hired by the same companies where they carry out these internships. Job insertion programs for young people have been fostered by Chile through different programs to foster the insertion of the labor market of young people. There's a program, I Work, which serves as an intermediate between for 18 and 29-year-olds with a stress on those who are from vulnerable sectors of society, encouraging companies to hire these young people through fiscal incentives, tax incentives, which is a way to bring down unemployment among young people. A concrete example of this is a subsidy for hiring young people, a tax grant given companies for hiring young people to enhance young people's income between 18 and 24 years of age, be they working independently or for a company, and this is geared toward the poorest of population. That benefit or credit is given to the employer who hires young people, and they receive a monthly stipend, which is nearly a third of what is paid by the company. Now, this seeks to complement wages and salaries at early ages, making it easier young people to get jobs, addressing some of the issues raised by the experts who spoke with us today, strengthening vocational, technical programs. We understand the importance of professional and vocational training in Chile through investments in upskilling, modernization of training in this area. Technical vocational state programs have been created, offering high-quality programs, making sure that students acquire the necessary skills for the labor market, teaching skills, and also allowing for workers who already have the skills to validate those skills, fostering the retention of workers. In conclusion, we have sought to aim our efforts toward the two sides of the same coin, which is education and skills training and the labor market and collaborative work, all of which have played an important role for us to move toward a more sustainable and inclusive labor market.
Thank you very much, Chile. I now offer the floor to Peru.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to start by expressing our wish for success for you in your current chair position, and I thank you for the opportunity for us to address such an important topic for the comprehensive development of our countries. I offer thanks to the Minister of Education, National Reconciliation of St. Vincent and Grenadines, and for all the different presentations offered. Youth unemployment is a challenge in our region. Youth unemployment rates are 3 times higher that of adults in many of our countries, and that shows that there's a structural shortfall, and also shows that we're not fully taking advantage of the skills and opportunities that a whole generation offers. That's why it's necessary for us to align educational systems with the labor market's needs and to address the structural problems that perpetuate inequalities. In Peru, we have identified 3 fundamental pillars to tackle this challenge. We have implemented training, vocational training programs geared toward young people in order to offer skills that are adapted to the local production needs, especially in emerging areas such as technology and digital skills. So we're working on crafting skills, or rather content for soft skills and technical skills, working that into the curriculum in schools, universities, especially as regards green opportunities. This to ensure that the skills acquired in the classroom are actually what the labor market actually needs. We have also come up with different collaborative efforts between civil society, government, and the private sector to support vulnerable youth, including those of the rural indigenous communities, fostering their insertion into those sectors of society which hold out much hope or prospects for growth. We have Copernet, we take part in the Copernet for regional development. So young people represent the creative and transforming motor that our region needs to achieve inclusive and sustainable growth. We reassert our commitment to the collective efforts to close the gaps between education and jobs, ensuring equitable opportunities for young people throughout the hemisphere.
Thank you, Peru. I now offer the floor to Costa Rica.
Thank you. Mr. Mauricio Salvarado is going to speak. He is the coordinator of the Intelligence of the Labor Market pillar of the National Strategy of Employability and Human Talent, known as the Parete Strategy. Mr. Corrales has contributed in putting together studies and reports about behaviors, traits, and trends of the labor market in Costa Rica from his position in the Social Security and Employment Ministry. He's also focused on initiatives to enhance employability in specific regions of our country and has collaborated with educational and governmental institutions to increase educational opportunities and to create jobs in these areas. The work that he's done in the observatory in the Social Security and Labor Ministry focuses on research and analysis of labor data, providing very worthwhile information for crafting public policies in Costa Rica. And I thank Mr. Corrales for having supported us in today's session, and I would thank him very much if he would please take the floor. If you could please turn on your microphone. Good morning. The interpreter regrets to say that sound is cutting off intermittently. The sound is intermittent, says the interpreter, and therefore cannot be interpreted. As much is missing as is being said. What are the general measures we should adopt to offer job opportunities for young people? The first thing that we have to focus on is ensuring we have the necessary information for decision-making. Research, having quality information is key for us to generate solutions, policies, and undertake the necessary reforms that ultimately bring about the results we seek. We have to invest in research to ensure quality data. It's also essential for us to invest in assessment, follow-up, monitoring of programs. As regards education, for a number of years, Costa Rica has adopted 3 key measures. Improving, first, the quality of education. Much of the skills and knowledge required by the labor market are acquired in our schools And so that means that that set of necessary skills has to be taught in our schools to ensure a swifter segue from school to works, as well as lifelong learning. This is a challenge for our ministries of education. Another key aspect or determine important action we've taken is to avoid dropout from schools. We have created a number of supports for education. Offering cash transfers to 300,000 students if they stay in school, vocational training. Here I would like to talk about how our educational system is focused on offering the necessary skills required in the labor market to our students, encouraging them to seek out knowledge in the different areas in demand. Professional training or vocational training, something important that Costa Rica has done is to mobilize the quality or to ensure skills acquisition. We have a system that we've created to certify people's skills, defining what skills someone needs to have to be considered competent in this or that field. Skills, grades, and the corresponding degrees around which plans of study are created by the different educational institutions. Something else that bears mentioning is setting standards and inviting companies to take part in the effort of designing curricula because they know exactly what they need. Something else that's important and that the government is carrying out through a strategy whose name was not audible. This strategy entails some good practices. Private sector, businesses, the government come together as well as workers under this plan in line with sustainable development goals, with a gender perspective and a systemic, a holistic focus in which employability, development of companies, development of education, and all the different aspects that play into that are a focus of this strategy, bringing down poverty. Why do we call this a holistic approach? Because it's comprehensive. Comprehensive training, that's the only solution. To ensure holistic, comprehensive training of individuals, to ensure quality education and quality jobs. We're trying to enhance young people's employability, which means that they have the necessary skills so that they can actually first avail themselves of the educational offerings and be prepared to move into the labor market. Technology and an understanding of predictive processes are important in this process. The interpreter repeats, much of what is being said is unintelligible. We also assist persons with disabilities. Now, this strategy encompasses a number of approaches. Too many for us to address here, but there are 6 components. 30 public and private actors take part with different benchmarks and indicators. We sought to create a strategic information system that includes all information producers so that we can join efforts for us to better understand how the labor market works, to ascertain what skills are needed, what the needs for human talent are in the short and mid-term. Also, targeting certain populations so that the poorest sectors have access to training. A whole host of activities have been undertaken to enhance the curriculum, the core subject matter, training of trainers, we seek to train over 230,000 people during the course of this year. Information on available jobs. We're trying to close the digital gap of teaching other languages such that students can become bilingual. We're trying to create opportunities for job placement once training has concluded.
Mr. Corrales, I'm afraid that we're running out of time. Si puedes terminar.
Ya termino.
Gracias.
En el caso de intermediación.
Now, as far as intermediation or job placement, we're channeling economic resources to help people find jobs. We also seek to create opportunities for self-employment. That sums it up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Costa Rica. Would the permanent representative of Costa Rica ask Mr. Corrales to share his script with us for our information after this meeting, please? Thank you very much. I now offer the floor to St. Lucia.
Thank you and good morning. My delegation congratulates you, Ambassador Gilchrist, on your assumption of chair of CD, and wish you the very best as you carry CD through the first semester of 2025. You can count on the support of my delegation throughout your chairmanship. My delegation extends profound appreciation to the speakers, special recognition to the keynote speaker, the Honorable Curtis King, Minister of Education and National Reconciliation, Ministry of Education and National of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, for his insightful presentation. Chair, my delegation extends gratitude to you for the presentation of your work plan for this semester, which is focused on the theme Building Equitable and Inclusive Communities in the Americas, Expanding Access and Opportunities for All. We believe that the topic to be addressed in your work plan will augur well for the sustainable development of our economies. We are also encouraged by the intention of today's topic, which, among other things, speak to promote regional collaboration and knowledge sharing on the development of inclusive policies and programs that enhance job readiness, support youth entrepreneurship, and expand opportunities for traditionally vulnerable and marginalized groups. This is a topic that the government of St. Lucia has placed high on its agenda and has undertaken policies to address. The youth of St. Lucia represent the heartbeat of our nation's future, innovative, ambitious, and full of potential. As we look to build a more prosperous and inclusive society, The government of St. Lucia has recognized that investing in the youth is not just a necessity, but an opportunity to create a vibrant, resilient, and sustainable St. Lucia. The government of St. Lucia believes that every young person, irrespective of their socio-economic circumstances, has the potential to make a positive contribution to the development of their community. As such, in 2022, the government of St. Lucia, through the Youth Economy Act, created the Youth Economy, which is managed by the Youth Economy Agency. The youth economy was created to address challenges affecting the youth of St. Lucia. Primary of these is high unemployment. The youth economy is considered to be a special space in the economic system for young people to develop and grow their ideas. The youth economy aims to carve out a unique space in the general economic system for youth entrepreneurship and business growth by providing state resources to young people to create sustainable livelihoods through business development, finance and marketing support, training, and mentorship. It provides support services and business opportunities for young persons with interest in activities such as sports, music, entertainment, the literary and performing arts, modeling, designing, writing and directing, agriculture, agro-processing, the blue economy, and the green economy, to name a few. The youth economy is managed by a statutory board which addresses 4 focal areas of assistance to the youth: training, marketing, finance, and mentorship. The government of St. Lucia firmly believes that the youth economy is the first step in transforming the St. Lucian economy, driven by technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship, where young people, regardless of their socio-economic backgrounds, can become active participants in wealth creation and nation building. Our commitment to the youth economy is unwavering because the prosperity of St. Lucia depends on the empowerment of its young people. When the youth are given the tools and support needed to succeed, they uplift families, strengthen communities, and drive national development. Thank you.
Thank you, St. Lucia. I now offer the floor to the Dominican Republic.
Madam Chair, Executive Secretary, good morning, everyone. Being this the first time I take the floor today, Madam Chair, we would like to offer you our congratulations for the chairmanship of this council. I would also like to express that our delegation is willing and eager to support this body and the chair. We also thank Minister King, Mr. Espejo, Ms. Camacho for your presentations, which add value as we consider today's topic. Madam Chair, the labor market in the Dominican Republic has undergone meaningful transformation over the last couple of years, especially resulting from the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic and technological progress. Our young people face challenges as they seek to move into the labor market, a lack of experience and skills necessary to come into the labor market. There's a lack of access to quality education, among others. The DR has taken on a legal commitment vis-a-vis our youth, starting in 2000 by enacting a general law for youth, which is a law that doesn't only recognize the right of young people to study and work, but also to play an active role in those activities that will complement their comprehensive development. Over the last couple of years, the government of the Dominican Republic has stressed employment and training of young people through different entrepreneurship programs developed by public institutions. Among these actions, we have financial support, subsidies and credits, as well as training programs, as well as practices geared toward developing the necessary skills to find the job. A case in point of these efforts is the employability program for young people launched in 2021 under the RV Work Initiative, seeking to help young people by providing them with the necessary tools for them to build a prosperous future. We have identified what the needs of the market are, and we've coordinated accordingly training for young people so they can meet those needs. This program has 2,500 different active companies taking part, 652,650 registered candidates. Also, the Ministry of Labor has organized 375 job fairs, which shows how effective this program is in creating work opportunities throughout the country. Thus far, more than 500,000 people have benefited from these initiatives. In keeping with these efforts, the Dominican government has been working on creating the National Education Prospection Employment Program, which seeks to endow the national educational system with the ability to react as changes in the productive apparatus of our country changes, seeking out the necessary human resources in each productive area, and based on that information to fashion educational programs such that the market's demands are met. Madam Chair, we have to continue supporting and pushing for programs that benefit young people, even though their participation in school and work is conditioned by many factors. It's essential that we continue to bolster these efforts, that is, those public policies that will bring about greater social inclusion through education and employment. This can be done through greater diversification and broadening of educational opportunities, innovating educational practices, and developing training programs to facilitate the insertion of this population into the labor market. The DR continues committed to the development and well-being of its young people. To achieve these goals, we have to strengthen regional cooperation to create better conditions for our young people. We will continue to work together with all of the different stakeholders to ensure that each young person can find a good job, contributing thereby to the sustainable development of our countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dominican Republic. I now offer the floor to Colombia.
Madam Chair, we thank Minister King and all of the different experts, Mr. Espejo and Ms. Camacho. Delegates, young people in Colombia are a key transformative agent in our country. We do face structural challenges, however, limiting their access to inclusive labor markets, quality jobs, among which we have the gap between skills learned in school and what the productive sector's needs are. High rates of unemployment, especially in rural and vulnerable areas, and also difficulties for accessing higher education, such as cost, and difficulties moving into higher education, tertiary education. Now, we have a policy for creating opportunities for young people to overcome these difficulties. 500 new openings for higher education have been created, helping most the people from vulnerable areas. Immediate transition to higher education is a program in which we offer, we ease the way toward higher education by bringing down barriers such as admission tests, dual education, which calls for education on one hand as well as skills acquired on the job in companies, strengthening the linkage between the productive sector and schools. The National Framework for Skills Building has put together or organizes its educational offerings according to the needs of the market, ensuring that what's taught really be what is needed by the market. We do this working with the productive sector. There's a presidential advisory office that works between the education and tourism and labor markets, fostering competitiveness. There was an agreement signed between public and private sectors to foster and strengthen these joint models in Colombia, holding different meetings to foster these academic programs. And there's a strategy to bring the economic and academic sectors together to determine the path forward, to make sure that people be taught what the market actually needs to ensure the employability of people who graduate from these programs. This is done throughout the region. That's why it's so important for us to foster development through regional frameworks and skills standards across the region, technical vocational schools, and dual educational approaches and other strategies that connect school and markets and public policies to bring down close labor gaps, especially to help the most vulnerable, the poorest of people. This is how we could create a more prosperous and equitable region. Thank you.
Thank you, Colombia. I now offer the floor to Panama.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And let me begin, of course, by greeting you and congratulating you on being in the chair of this council. Happy to see you there. Also for the presentation of your plan of work based on a more inclusive approach to communities to broaden the chance for everybody to do better. We here, under Her Excellency Muñoz de Sardiña, has made a statement, and we have a video that we think will be of interest to all of you. We thank the Secretariat in advance for assisting us in projecting it. Thank you, and a very good morning. Your Excellency, the Permanent Representative of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Chair of this Council, and Honorable Kim Osborne, Head of Integral Development, and all of you, ladies and gentlemen, ambassadors, both in the permanent position and in the alternate position. We in the Republic of Panama are very, very honored to greet you this morning at this first regular session of the Council in order to compare and contrast the strategies we've come up with to help our young people in the area of employment, linked, of course, to our educational systems and to ensure that the demands of the market are best met, that we fight inequality and social exclusion as best as possible. We are committed, and so too His Excellency Ramon Madero Quintero, President of the Republic, has expressed very much his support for pushing employment and these programs that will lead to better access to the employment sector as a priority, very much focused on young people. Let me then, without further ado, talk briefly about what we're doing to that effect. Education and the private sector both look to public-private alliances to help the young people. That is a way, and very much so on the basis of digital platforms, to help young people looking for their first job in order to be seen, to be noticed, to have a chance to step up when an opportunity makes itself available. And that's especially true, as we know, when you're starting out. So training and better preparation for the challenges of life is a program we have focused on to ensure that the necessary talent to be able to access quality jobs is being afforded. Now, we want a dual approach to this. This is promoted in Panama, focused on the academic sector, and this is together with enterprises and companies in the digital and the green economy, to give you an example. And this, of course, requires a good technical grasp of what the market is really looking at. This dual aspect, this dual approach, if you wish, has really done quite well in our countries. You have young people with good theoretical and practical understanding in areas of high demand. This is, for instance, the Institute for Technical Superior Development and the Institute for Human Development, both of which seek to meet the demands of the employers. We're also making a big push for the English language. Everybody understands that that matters. Logistics, astronomy, the maritime sphere, and so many other areas work with English, and we're working very hard to offer free English courses. 17,600 and some Panamanians have jumped on the opportunity to better their English, both virtually and in person. 12,000 and some women have included, 7,000 and some men. both of which groups seek to do better on the job market as a result of their improved knowledge of English. No surprise. This goes to meeting the demands of the labor market, the green economy, digitalization, artificial intelligence, and a number of other strategic areas that all conform the global labor market. Programs like Mi Primer Empleo, My First Job, is very well received and can serve, we have seen, as a means by which all kinds of approaches to the labor market can be improved, certainly at the technical level. But to have a sense of professional development is key. And for that, the economy, the business sector, must also be open to. The chance is to be given to young people so that they have a means forward. They need to know what is needed where. And so programs need to be focused, say, on conflict resolution, working as a team member, team building, in other words, and interpersonal challenges. All of this makes a difference in the workplace. You know it and I know it. And the workplace knows it. The employers know it. And we have very good public-private development in that regard, again, focused on giving young people a chance, particularly those who come from a vulnerable background. Also with regard to emerging sectors, digital demands, better international and regional cooperation. That is key, we recognize, to do better in the emerging sectors and also to reduce inequalities. What we want is the young people to have a chance to have better education and training in other countries, or in sectors like technology and sustainability that at the global level are very hot. So all of this, we think, is going to make a difference and a feedback to our educational sectors throughout the region. For that reason, I think it's fair to say we are forging strategic ways forward. What we want is worthy and future-promising jobs, a more competitive market, and a chance for everybody. We in Panama are marching forward, absolutely convinced that there is a strong link between education and employment. Can't have one without the other. Thank you. Our national government marching resolutely forward.
Obrigado, Panamá. Passo a palavra.
Thank you very much, Panama. The delegation of Bolivia is recognized. Thank you so much, Chair. The permanent mission of the plurinational state of Bolivia here at the OAS very much congratulates the chair of this council and is very grateful to have been invited to this Inter-American Council on Integral Development, inasmuch as it offers a wonderful opportunity to strengthen dialogue and cooperation in our region. And in that regard, we very much welcome the project that we have for 24-25 under the aegis of building constructive communities in the Americas and broadening a chance for all, opportunities for all. This is a good opportunity, indeed it is, for us to see what we each are doing and how we can together, jointly and severally, give more people a chance in the region. Chair, we have looked very carefully at the conceptual note that was distributed for this session, and on that basis, we can certainly recognize the challenges that have been noted with regard to the links between education on the one hand and the job sector on the other. Bolivia gets it. We understand that there has to be sustainable solutions that are offered to young people, jobs that are worthy, jobs that are well remunerated and promising. All of this is a chance for us to focus on the strategies that member states can develop to do better by our young people, adapting educational systems where that needs to be the case, better tailoring our education systems to what the market demands, and ever vigilant to narrowing the inequities among the two and among the different sectors. Now, we think this is not an academic exercise. This is key for us to go forward, and therefore the focus has got to be two things: comprehensive and coordinated. Again, we in Bolivia are focusing greatly on getting more young people into the sector. And there again, education and the workplace have to go hand in hand. Bolivia se reactiva is the name of our new program. Bolivia is waking up and moving forward. We're looking at the link again between education and work. And this is a system, an initiative that has helped more than 1 million young people who have worked in all kinds of different educational sectors to have a chance to step into the strategic sectors of the economy, boosting the employment and the chances offered. Emprende Joven was launched in November 24, Start Young in English, is another one that looks very carefully at how we can best offer technical support to young entrepreneurs, both men and women. The idea is to make sure that those young efforts have a place in our national economic efforts. So we here reaffirm our commitment to the joint efforts that we're carrying out within CD to build units that are ever more inclusive and cooperative throughout the hemisphere. Exchange of best practices, for instance, is a key and obvious element by which we can learn from each other and improve our respective educational systems to ensure that they really meet the demands of an economy, or economies plural, in constant evolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bolivia. If there are no further comments, I propose that CD express its gratitude to our invited experts for their valuable contributions. I propose also that CD take note of the contributions of speakers and of member states. I would like to remind member states of the availability of CooperaNet, which serves as a vital platform for matching offers of cooperation with needs. To support this effort, I further propose that CD work closely with member states to facilitate the process of posting their cooperation offers and needs on CooperaNet, ensuring that all opportunities are effectively documented. As there are no objections, it is so decided. I thank you all for your important contributions and comments, of which the Secretariat has taken note. The next item on our agenda is the presentation of the draft CD Annual Report for 2024. This report highlights the activities and accomplishments of the Executive Secretariat for Integral Development, SEDI, over the past year, emphasizing its critical role in supporting member states in achieving their development goals. To address this item, I offer the floor to Mrs. Kim Osborne, Executive Secretary of SEDI, to present the report. Executive Secretary, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, permanent representatives and alternate representatives and other guests. Madam Chair, since this is the first time I'm taking the floor, I join delegations in welcoming you to the chairmanship of CD. Look forward to working with you on this important agenda that you've put forward in your work plan. Madam Chair, in an era of unprecedented global change, our commitment, or SEDI's commitment to the sustainable development of this hemisphere is unwavering. As SEDI implements the OAS's 2023-2025 strategic plan, its work remains grounded in the one SEDI approach, an integrated all-of-Secretariat approach to address the region's development challenges more comprehensively and holistically. Sustained focus on regional climate action as a cross-cutting theme in all of SEDI's programming ensures that the Secretariat's efforts remain relevant to member states and responsive to the challenges that they face in confronting this phenomenon. Under the OAS 2023-2025 strategic plan, SEDI is entrusted with advancing the following objectives: promoting inclusive and competitive economies, strengthening the implementation of sustainable development goals, promoting education and human development across the Americas, promoting decent, dignified, and productive work for all, fostering development cooperation and establishing strategic partnerships, fostering the development of competitive, secure, sustainable, and inclusive ports. These objectives underscore the dedication of member states to preserving their hard-won socioeconomic progress and advancing the goals outlined in the 2030 Agenda. SETI's strategic focus equips the region to confront today's challenges while laying the foundation for a more sustainable and prosperous tomorrow. The Secretariat takes this opportunity to express its profound gratitude to all member states and partners for their dedicated support of SETI's projects and programming in 2024. Specifically, we'd like to recognize the financial contributions and extraordinary support of the governments of the United States, Mexico, Brazil, Chile, and the Bahamas. Thank you. It is only through meaningful cooperation and multi-sectoral partnerships that the Secretariat can faithfully implement its mandates consistent with its remit as outlined in the OAS's Charter. SETI remains committed to the realization of a hemisphere that ensures inclusive and equitable economic, social, and human development for all our people, irrespective of their race, ethnicity, nationality, gender, or age, and looks forward to a continued engagement with member states, partners, and support networks in the time-tested spirit of Cooperación Solidaria as we work to tackle the vital task of delivering more sustainable futures in the Americas. And with that, Madam Chair, I know that I'm between member states and lunch, so I will go very quickly through the PowerPoint, and member states have a very detailed report before you for approval, and so I will simply highlight a few. The one-SETI approach that I spoke of earlier, I will start with some highlights in the area under strategic line 1, which is promoting inclusive and competitive economies. Our work here is focused on micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, the small business development centers, the Americas competitiveness, science and technology, culture, and tourism. As member states know, we held in 2024, we organized in partnership with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, an international conference to focus on expanding international market opportunities for MSMEs. That continues it was in realization of our continued efforts to ensure that we are taking and helping MSMEs to connect with international markets. At the same time, we held within the context of that conference the meeting of MSME authorities and developed the priority areas for action for MSME internationalization. That plan is for 2024 to 2027. And let me say here that the biggest focus or the biggest issue that member states saw within the MSME space in that work plan is that on formalization. And that's something that we hope that we can continue working on and advancing in 2025. In terms of the Women's Economic Empowerment Program, that program we've been implementing in the 3 countries of Central America, Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras, as well as the 6 countries of the OAS. Under that program, we've developed 10 business formalization toolkits. That's literally how to help women to formalize their business. It's a step-by-step guide that is specific to each jurisdiction to help them. We've organized roundtable discussions in partnership with the SIM to ensure that we're focusing a little bit on women's leadership and women's role in taking up leadership positions within the context of their societies. We've offered a number of online training programs under the WE program as well. I'd like to highlight what we do on foreign trade. What we have been doing over the last few years is providing member states access to foreign trade information through our CC program. And I'm very proud to say that In CSA, the platform continues to be used by member states. We had 15 million visits in CSA in 2024 alone, with 5 million downloads. And those downloads tell us that people are finding the information useful. We continue to provide trade policy developments as they happen in real time. As soon as trade agreements and other agreements are, we upload those, so it continues to be a resource for member states. Our Small Business Development Centers program, again, I like to highlight that these numbers are real. As you know, within the SBDC program, we literally have a tracking mechanism that allows us to report accurately on what is happening in the SBDC space. And within the SBDC space, in the centers that we have across the Caribbean, we saw the 264 businesses started, 649 new jobs, jobs that were retained, 2.2 million in increased sales from MSMEs, and 93.6 million in loans that were provided and accessed. 953 clients were counseled, which is part of the core remit of the MSMEs, for a total of 9,833 hours. And again, these numbers are exactly as reported. Under the SBDC program, we've been working in Uruguay, Ecuador, and Brazil. In Uruguay, our focus has been working with the cooperative sector, particularly agricultural cooperatives in Rio Negro and Durazno. And that program has been realizing real results, with assessments being undertaken of the cooperative sector to determine the potential for development and shape the strategy for the cooperative sector, or to renew the strategy, if you will, for the sector in Uruguay. In Ecuador, we had 80 professionals, new professionals trained as SBDC directors. We need to have advisors in each of our SBDCs, and that has been the focus. In Brazil, we have implemented the pilot centers in different areas of Brazil, with a total of 130 advisors currently servicing 3,500 new clients. And we expect 5 new centers, 5 new states to join the network of centers in Brazil in 2025. Under the Americas Competitiveness Exchange, as you know, this is our flagship program in competitiveness, where we take leaders from across the Americas to different innovation hubs. Last year, we had over 300 new cooperation opportunities registered under the ACE. We had 180 leaders from 22 OAS member states participating in the ACE, the 2 ACEs that we did last year. We visited 60 sites and 100 projects with features. 7 new MOUs were signed together with letters of intent under the ACE. In science and technology, as member states know, we held the 7th meeting of ministers and high authorities of science and technology. The focus there was on the safe deployment and development of artificial intelligence, and we will be articulating the science and technology work plan under the COMSIT based on the plan of action that was approved. We also held or re-established the Science and Technology and Innovation Awards of the Americas. And as you can see, we had 7 of the hemisphere's top visionaries recognized. For me, this was important. It's important for us to recognize the contributions of all member states to the international community. And I encourage member states to take a look at the awardees, those who have patents, have created, for example, the awardee from Mexico contributed to the development of the AstraZeneca vaccine, which was deployed during COVID. We would not have known that that it came from someone from our region contributing to such an amazing global phenomenon. So we really want to continue to ensure the recognition is given to those people, to our people coming from the global south. So often we hear of the contributions of the north, but we don't often hear of the contributions that our people are making in innovation, science, and technology. And interestingly, the OAS had this program from the 1970s, and we've now reestablished this program as of last year, and we're very happy and hope that we can continue awarding. Under the Youth Academy, the Youth Academy on Transformative Technologies, we now have 38,000 registered participants, and we continue to track women and girls because we want to encourage their participation, and we are proud that 40% so far are women and girls enrolled on the platform. We launched 8 new courses on the platform in 2024 in partnership with MathWorks on Math Lab, basic machine learning, deep learning, on coding, etc. So we hope to continue, and we encourage member states to please register and get your young people interested in pursuing careers in science, innovation, and technology. We just talked about linking education with the labor market. This is an example of how to best get trained to take up jobs in the digital and virtual economy. Also, in science and technology, we worked with the Summit Secretariat and 2 of our centers, the Center of Excellence, the CENIA in Chile and Audacia in Colombia, to work on providing training on artificial intelligence for civil society. We are proud that 3 new centers were launched in 2024. Argentina, the Center of Excellence on the Circular Economy was launched in Cordoba, Argentina. The Center of Excellence on AI and Robotics in Barranquilla, Colombia. And in Brazil, the Center of Excellence on Transformative Technologies for Oceans. We will continue to work to connect our centers as we look at joint challenges that we're facing across the region. In the area of culture and tourism, we continue to work on the tourism, the Indigenous Tourism Collaborative, which we've established in partnership with the George Washington University and the U.S. Department of the Interior. And we have had a number of training and other programs being provided in that space. In culture and tourism as well, we looked at we've been having webinars in the culture space per the plan that was approved within the SEC. And importantly, we conducted in the Caribbean, based on need, I should say, the express need of our CARICOM member states, a program on training on film. The film industry is recognized as one of the areas in culture that the Caribbean is giving attention to, and so we were happy to have collaborated with CARICOM to provide, with the CARICOM member states to provide that training. Under Strategic Line 2 on Sustainable Development, in 2024, we, as many of you, provided letters of support for our application and accreditation to the Adaptation Fund. We are currently in the process of review, and we're hoping that the board will approve our application in short order so that we can begin working with member states in accessing funding under the Adaptation Fund. We continue to work on the hub as articulated, the Climate Finance Hub as articulated in the Climate Change Action Plan from the Declaration of the Bahamas. We keep working to improve, to develop access programs that will help our member states in accessing, providing technical assistance to them so that they can access fund. We already have signals of support from the CAF in that regard, and we hope that we can begin in earnest to provide the assistance that member states need in that area. In the area of disaster risk management, we have now consolidated the collaboratory. We, as member states know, in 2022, we launched an agenda for looking at science and data for building risk, for mitigating risk and building resilience in the Caribbean. We have a collaboratory was established as one way of ensuring that we're sharing data and consolidating data to inform decision-making in that regard. And so we have moved now to consolidate the collaboratory, and we'll have the official launch, and the first action plan, the action plan for the collaboratory will be developed in February of this year. We also launched in April the national, the Western Hemisphere National Disasters Network. Many member states have aware of this network, and we now have 21 member states on the network. We encourage other member states to join. In energy, we held in the Dominican Republic. Dominican Republic hosted the 6th meeting of Ministers of Energy, with 26 countries participating, and we will later talk a little bit about what we will do in 2025 as it relates to energy. In the area of integrated water resources management, we continue our work in the aquifers, the transboundary regions of the Americas, in the La Plata, Argentina, Bolivia, Paraguay, Uruguay, and Brazil, in the Trifino, Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador. And we have the CREW project, which focuses on water and wastewater management in 18 of the Caribbean countries. And we continue to work on community development projects as it relates to water in Haiti. In all, our projects resulted in $12 million in direct assistance to member states, with our donors, or main donors being the GEF, the IDB, the CAF, the USAID. As well as in integrated water resource management, I think I mentioned that, we've developed now a portfolio of proposals for funding. Essentially, we have now a portfolio of $60 million that we're hoping that we can attract funding to continue our water programming across the Americas. Strategic Line 3, promoting human development, education, and employment, and education in the Americas. We launched in 2024 the program on democratic principles strengthened through education and policy dialogue. Member states will recall that this was a mandate that we got from the General Assembly as it relates to the implementation of the Inter-American Democratic Charter and how the education, article on education can best be implemented, and so we'll be working throughout 2025 on the implementation of that program. We've launched a number of hemispheric courses in the area of education, with 1,900 participants from 10 countries benefiting from the 2 courses that we've provided in that regard. The OAS for Futuro partnership trained 400 Caribbean teachers on innovation in mathematics and integration of ICTs in education, and we've launched a 2nd edition of the Mapping of Good Practices in Digital Education in the Americas, featuring 184 experiences from 17 OAS member states. The Portal of the Americas continues to support other areas of the OAS Secretariat in human rights, and the SIM and others, providing courses online. In terms of scholarship, these are the numbers that we have. I'm very pleased to report that every single member state has benefited from the OAS scholarships program. From large and small, every single member state has participated and benefited from our programs, with a total of 2,314 scholarships awarded in 2024. Under the LEOS ROW program, $897,341 was provided in financial assistance, with nearly 400 active accounts valued at $2.4 million. 115 loans were granted, and 41 international students were awarded supplementary scholarships. So that's on top of what they already get from the LEO ROW. That is a program that came on board in 2020 based on needs coming from the pandemic, bringing our total from the LEO ROW to nearly 1 million. In labor, as member states may recall, Colombia hosted the meeting of Ministers of Labor, the 22nd Inter-American Conference of Ministers of Labor, and That program was focused on the future of work, laying the foundations for peace and social justice and climate action. We also launched the publication, The World of Work in the Americas, Reflections and Recommendations on the Region's Top Priorities. And if member states do not have a copy, we'd encourage you to get a copy from us in the Secretariat. We continue to work on gender mainstreaming in the labor context, and 27 ministries of labor were involved in the technical cooperation on gender equality and preventing and eradicating gender-based violence and harassment at work. 130 officials from 28 ministries of labor and representatives shared challenges and opportunities within the context of the REAL. Strategic Line 6 promote fostering cooperation and partnerships. We held in 2024 the 4th specialized meeting of high-level authorities of cooperation with 31 OAS member states participating, 8 observer member states, and international organizations. And we now have the action plan for cooperation 2024 to 2027, and we will continue to work on that in 2025, sorry. We have 3 working groups established, and again here we really encourage member states to join the working groups so that we can complete the work to present to the General Assembly as we have been mandated to do. In 2024 also, we closed off the programming cycle for 2021-2024 with 18 projects. I'm just going to highlight the number of very successful initiatives. The one in Honduras is one that we are highlighting, looking at promoting technical skills on entrepreneurship and resilience and job creation in tune with what we are talking about today. In St. Lucia, we had 25 MSMEs being able to receive digital payments. The focus there was on increasing MSMEs' access to digital payments, so payment platforms, and 125 MSMEs joined the domestic e-commerce platform. So we're very happy and very thrilled with what happened in St. Lucia. In Uruguay, this program that we had in Uruguay received 2 international awards, and that program on a diploma being offered in partnership with UTEC in Uruguay is a flagship program, and we've been able to already extend the program to other countries, and we hope that that model will be featured on CorporaNet and other countries can also adapt the model. And in Peru, we have developed and implemented Ciencia Activa, a virtual platform promoting scientific culture through interactive exhibits. And I believe Peru will be having a specific program on that in the ensuing weeks. And we encourage member states to join us in that program as well. In 2024, we also have now developed the new cycle for the 2024-2027 cycle, which will focus on climate action, and member states have approved 1.875 million, I believe, for that program cycle. The Inter-American Cooperation Network, CorporaNet, we continue to work through that platform. In 2024, we did a number of cooperation exchanges between Uruguay and the ECHO programs and a number of others. We also put out our call for experts. As member states know, we're looking at experts not just within the context of the OAS, but also external experts. And we're onboarding experts as we speak so that member states have access to expertise should they require it on whatever it is that they're doing within their national context, so you can access international experts on the CorporaNet platform as well as OAS experts. That call was launched and we now have 70 experts. It takes us a while to vet because we have to go through, the management board mandated that we go through a vetting process for onboarding experts, and we have so far vetted 70 and we'll continue the onboarding in that regard. Our language cooperation program, we launched that program last year, and we had 208 participants from the Caribbean having engaging in the beginner course. That was for the general public, and 15 teachers completed the B2 level course, internationally recognized certification course in the Caribbean. And phase 2 of the language program will begin offering that course to 45 of the English-speaking teachers who did not make the first cut in 2024. They will be onboarded in 2025, and we will begin offering the A1 and B2 for Spanish language teachers, Spanish teachers who wish to learn English in the first quarter. The final strategic line is on ports and sustainable port management and port competitiveness. Ports awarded 401 scholarships to 23 member states, to port officials from 23 member states, 17 certified online courses in partnership with SIP strategic partners. We did 12 webinars benefiting 2,633 people from 27 member states. We held a 6th conference on logistics, innovation, and competitiveness, the 5th conference on port protection and security, another on port policies and legislation, and the 18th National Port Maritime Forum. And with that, Madam Chair, I will stop there. I believe that member states have access to the full detailed report. We encourage you to read it. Let us know what we've done well. Let us know what we've not done well and that you would like to see more of or see us do better. We are very demand-driven in SETI, as we always say. And I take this opportunity to thank the hardworking team at SETI who continues to animate the work that we do in SETI, who continues to implement the mandates that we receive from our member states. We always are open to doing our best to serve you in as much as we can with the limited resources that we have, but we believe that we are doing good work, and we hope that after you've read the report, you will agree. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Executive Secretary Kim Osborne. Allow me, on behalf of this council, to express our sincere gratitude to you and to the hardworking team at SETI for the comprehensive and dedicated work that they do in the area of integral development. I now open the floor for comments or observation from member states. I recognize Brazil. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you. I thank Secretary Kim Osborne for her presentation. And the different things we've achieved underscores the importance of the scholarship program since 2011. The PEC Caribbean program, starting last year, offers scholarships for graduate courses. 17 students have received that financial assistance for 2025 in Brazil. We hope to renew this agreement next year, so that we can continue to support the students. I would like to stress the importance of the launching last December, the Transformative Technology Center being launched, along with the Oceanographic Society of São Paulo. I thank Secretary Osborne and her team. We hope this year to continue working to bring about even greater benefits to the populations of the Americas.
Thank you, Brazil. I now offer the floor to Mexico.
Gracias.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief, given how little time we have, but I would be remiss if I were to fail to underscore how important Kim Osborne's Secretariat's leadership is for us to achieve these results. We know what the shortcomings are, financial resources and staff, but the big difference it makes for there to have someone at the helm with those leadership skills is what really has made possible the very evident results achieved. So the delegation of Mexico would like to recognize your work, and I would say even your personal sacrifice oftentimes, but the results speak for themselves. We want to be objective in how we assess the added value that your leadership and your performance have brought about. I think your team as well. We know how closely you all work together, and we're fully aware of the challenges you've faced within the framework of the integral development here in the organization. I thank you very much, Secretary Osborne. It's an honor to have you as a very powerful and committed Caribbean woman at leading these efforts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mexico. I now offer the floor to Ecuador.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Ecuadorian delegation would also like to offer recognition to the detailed, substantive, and exhaustive presentation that Secretary Osborne has just given us that reflects not only the enthusiasm, but the quality of your work, your devotion, dedication, in all the different sectors that fall under your aegis in the case of Ecuador. As your report has pointed out, we are engaged in a number of different activities in different modules or sectors of the Secretariat, city in particular, in which we take part. I reiterate that our will, rather, to continue to play an active role in all the different activities that have been proposed, wherever that's viable, and within those areas in which we have established a productive and effective partnership. I echo the acknowledgement of your team, Madam Osborne. This is a joint collective work, and as the delegation of Ecuador, we have borne witness to the quality of that work and the willingness that you always show to listen and to take seriously the proposals that we float to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ecuador. Costa Rica, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We too want to recognize and congratulate the Secretariat of the Inter-American Council of Integral Development, headed up by Kim Osborne and her team. The presentation of this report has been thorough, complete. We thank you for its content and its outlook because it goes to show that we do indeed share the values and the objectives within the Secretariat redounding to the benefit of member states, and the strategic direction seeking more focus and intelligent cooperation in those areas in which the states have shown interest. As Madam Kim Osborne said in her report, there are key priorities in social development, education, economic growth. Also underscored is the importance that we work together to tackle the challenges the whole region faces, especially regarding social inclusion and sustainability, among others. As Ms. Osborne has said, strengthening partnerships is another key aspect. This is something that throughout the time frame covered by the report has been a focus, and as we've said on other occasions, fostering the training of our authorities is very important, and building through the Youth Academy this leadership and strengthening that leadership among the youth, and all the different certifications offered through that academy are very important, and the numbers show how the tangible results achieved in that process, helping young people in their studies and applying for jobs, because we do need to prioritize among youth, especially the most vulnerable ones. We need to support them. We thank you for your very proactive and worthwhile efforts. So, as other colleagues have said today, we offer our thanks to your team as well, because this is a joint labor that's so carefully carried out. We need to continue promoting this hemisphere-wide cooperation. We reiterate our support for all of the initiatives underscored in your report. The actions raised will strengthen furthermore this relationship between well-being and progress that all member states of this organization seek. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Costa Rica. If there are no objections, I propose that the Council take note of the SEDI Annual Report for 2024, which will be approved at the next meeting of the SEDI in February. It is so decided. The next item is the presentation of the draft SEDI work plan for 2025, which outlines the way in which the Secretariat intends to address the mandates and priorities of member states emanating from the SEDI meetings of ministers and high authorities and General Assembly resolutions. I'm pleased to offer the floor once again to Executive Secretary Osborne to present the 2025 work plan. Executive Secretary, I was going to say the world is yours, but the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't take up too much time, simply because, again, we've circulated the work plan for comment, for input and comment from member states, pending its approval at the next CD meeting. I will simply highlight some of the key initiatives that we'll be undertaking under each strategic line, and member states will have details in the work plan. Under strategic line 1, we will continue to implement the MSME work plan, which was developed last year, 2024-2027. We hope to have new training on fintech in January 2025 for financial advisors and resilience for women, women-led MSMEs. We want to upgrade our CSA platform and the clearinghouse where information is available. We hope to launch phase 2 of the WE project in Ecuador under our SBDC program. We hope that we'll be able to open 3 new SBDCs. I know that there are a few other countries who are interested in SBDC programming, so we'd be happy to have that discussion on the model at any point during the year. We hope to have the ACE 20 in Illinois in April, and again, we encourage member states to participate. We will be developing the ComStit work plan coming from the last meeting of Ministers of Science and Technology, and on April 3rd and 4th, we will have the meeting of the Inter-American Congress of Ministers of Tourism, which will be held here at headquarters. Strategic line 2, under that strategic line, we hope to establish, fully establish and have the action plan for the collaboratory. We hope to hold a high-level meeting for science and data and resilience for Central America, for the 6 countries of the SICA. Again, we've talked about this before. We are really hoping that we will have a host to do this program this year to replicate the model in the SICA region as well. We hope to advance funding for community-based climate resilience and women in climate diplomacy. Those projects we hope to advance. We're submitting a final proposal to the Caribbean Biodiversity Fund, and that is focused on a Caribbean circular economy bioplastic cluster. What we hope to do is to find solutions for a plastic-free Caribbean Sea, and we're looking at the Caribbean Basin, and so far the countries that have interested in participating in this project are Colombia, Panama, Trinidad and Tobago, the Dominican Republic, Jamaica, St. Lucia, and Grenada. We'll continue our program on water resilience in the northeast of Haiti. We hope to continue implementing the CREW project in partnership with others as we've been doing, as well as in the La Plata and Trujillo regions. We hope to have the 4th International Symposium on Transboundary Water in Peru and launch our GEF and CAF projects on sargassum and mangrove conservation that we are hoping that funding will come on stream from the GEF and the CAF so that we can work on the sargassum, which continues to plague so many of our countries and their tourism industries. And we hope to begin developing funding proposal to expand the energy pillar. In strategic line 3, we will be hosting the meeting of ministers of education in Ecuador in August. and we hope we will continue the implementation of the program on the charter as it relates to education, and we will be launching our scholarships program. Our target for the PIAC program in 2025 is 2,547 academic scholarships. Strategic line 4, we will be articulating over the next few weeks, or this week rather, the work plan for the IACML coming from the ministerial that we held. We will be launching the 18th call for bilateral cooperation under the RIAL, hosting a number of virtual workshops and dialogues on gender equality, telework, labor inclusion, and continue our newsletters. Under Strategic Line 4, we have, as you know, we'll continue implementing the work plan coming out of the meeting of authorities, our language cooperation program. I'm really excited with what we're going to be doing there, offering, I think we have about 400 spaces for teachers in the countries of SICA, the 6 countries, training of teachers. We're doing that in partnership with one university in Colombia, and Plan Cebal in Uruguay will be offering the training to teachers in the Spanish-speaking countries, in the Central American countries, the SICA countries, I should say, because it includes the Dominican Republic, and we're hoping for 400 teachers to be trained there. And then we hope to begin offering our first Portuguese, English-Portuguese program under this year's language cooperation program, as well as continuing the B2 for 45 teachers in the Caribbean. You're aware that we've launched the DCF program for this programmatic cycle, and we hope to present CD with the programmatic cycle documents in April as planned. Under Ports continues to offer a number of training and capacity building programs. We have the Port Security Workshop, which will take place in St. Kitts. Really happy that St. Kitts is hosting that program. Sustainable Port Management in Lima. We will be having 11 courses and 4 certified workshops on security, digitalization, etc. We have a number of webinars planned. We'll also be having the SIP Executive Board meeting will take place this year, as well as a number of the TAG meetings. We hope to sign 2 new MOUs and start phase 2 of the disaster risk management for Caribbean ports. And again, this is a program that we've done in response to the need for ensuring that our ports can function in times of disaster, but we hope that we can offer that, we can expand that program to other regions. And I will pause here, Madam Chair, and Madam Chair, with your permission, since I have the floor, if you would please allow me to just go straight to the launch of the SETI website, just in the interest of time. I would like to just demonstrate to member states that we do have a new website, and Emmy, if you could just click on it. Member states have long wanted, so if you go back to the Google, wanted a new SETI website. This has been a labor of, I have no words to describe it, but we've been working so hard on this to get this ready and going, and we have a new SETI website. And importantly, if we can just flip through a few of the pages, each page we will have results. We will have we have each department covered. We will have a space for results. If you could showcase that, you will see highlighted results for all of our areas. You will be able to search our programs and projects. So very often we get requests from member states on what we're doing. We're trying to make all of that available to you so that you can put your country in and come up with the programs and projects within SETI that are applicable to your country so that you can better report to capitals. And importantly, if we could skip to the CD section, we want to make sure that we have a dedicated section for CD where you can access all the documents and everything that is going on in CD. If we scroll up, we'll see that the assumption of the chairmanship of CD, which took place last week. oh no, last week before, right, when we had the change of chair. And again, what we want to do is to have all of the information that you need in one space, regularly updated. It took us a while to get there. We're happy that today, the 28th of January 2025, we are launching a new SETI website, SETI website. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the attention of all member states. Again, we look forward to your input and your feedback on the work plan that we've presented. Again, please let us know how we can be of service. We are very demand-driven. We respond to needs as they arrive, and we encourage member states to touch base with us, and the team at the Secretariat always willing and ready to assist wherever we can. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Executive Secretary Osborne. If there are any comments or observations on the work plan, I'd like to take those now, please. Argentina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me be very brief. I know what time it is, but I must begin by congratulating you on your position as chair. You know that you can count on this delegation to support your effort. With regard to the work program, thanks very much to the Executive Secretary, the entire team, for this very good presentation. We're looking at it in Argentina, and we'll certainly give you feedback in the next few weeks as needed, in hopes that maybe at the next time we meet, we can adopt it. Thanks.
Argentina. I now offer the floor to Costa Rica.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Chair. We too are very grateful that we're making the effort to improve and to focus in a single place the CDC issues. May I just ask whether you're also considering the possibility of having the resolutions that are going to be negotiated also be included on the website? And might you also be including information on formulation of policies and of the work with PAM, the Committee on Migratory Issues, which, as we know, is part of the CD remit?
Public, you have the floor.
Gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you. I wish to echo everybody's congratulations to Kim Osborne. Excellent work that has been carried out throughout last year. Many, many thanks indeed for this Executive Secretariat on Integral Development. We have fully recognized, and very sincerely so, the excellency of your work, Ms. Osborne, and your entire team as well. As to the work program, let us also express our thanks for the same. It's a broad, pretty ambitious program, certainly, and it covers an array of issues which the various delegations have noted as of interest, but it's a good way to end this biannual strategic plan with, I have to say, great victory. We've come a long way. Might we certainly count on a translation, that is a written translation into Spanish of the document, because we do want to hand it over to our republics. But thank you, Ms. Osborne, and all the best to you.
Dominican Republic. If there are no objections, I propose that member states review the work plan presented with a view to approving it at the next CD meeting in February. Should you have any questions or comments in the interim, please contact the Secretariat for those. It is so decided. Thank you. If there are no further comments, on behalf of this Council, I wish to thank Mrs. Osborne and her team in the Secretariat for their hard work in bringing this long-anticipated platform to fruition and for presenting us with the work plan for 2025. We have reached the final item on our agenda. I invite delegations who may wish to do so to bring additional matters to the attention of the Council at this time. I recognize Ecuador.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Chair. I appreciate being given the floor, even at this last very late moment. The delegation of Ecuador just wants to say that the Secretariat did send a reminder on the deadline during which we can put information forward. It has to do with the Museum of the Americas. And let us reiterate the invitation to all states to please participate in the work of the Arts Museum, and we hope you'll join the initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ecuador. Distinguished colleagues, we have now concluded the items on today's agenda. I wish to express my gratitude to you all for your participation and your contribution to the discussions. I look forward to our continued work together over the next 6 months. The issues which we face are complex, but I'm confident that by working together, by sharing our experiences and our achievements, we can reach our development goals. I encourage all member states to consider coming to each meeting of the CD prepared to engage, not only in the dialogue, but also in finding solutions leading to specific, concrete actions. I thank you again for your engagement and partnership. This meeting is now adjourned. Adjourned.